Hey guys, welcome to Green Bean Fiction. So in today's video we are gonna see what if Deku was transported to The Walking Dead. Before starting, make sure to hit that like button and subscribe if you are interested in MHA fanfictions. This story is Walker's World. A Boy's Stand by Anthony Tyler 9. Now without wasting any more time, let's dive in. Izuku woke up after a long day that he just didn't want to think about. Looking around the place he found himself in, he muttered to himself for a moment before looking at the living room he was currently laying within. He heard the sounds of struggling in the house before moving towards the spot where it was getting louder and louder. Reaching the barricaded stairway, he looked at how it was moving a lot and was very concerned that whoever was stuck on the higher area of the house he was in danger. He removed the barricade. And as soon as it was opened, he found a little girl and a much older person who was definitely looking worse for wear. She had light brown hair that extended just a bit under the back of her head. Her eye color was a dark brown, but she was very expressionable. She glared at him with concern as well as readiness to kill him if he attacked when he spoke to them in a different language. W. Koko wa doko? Watashi wa nihon ni iru to omoi mashi ta. W. Where am I? I thought I was in Japan. Izuku asked, as the woman stared at him for a second. What are you talking about? Can you speak English, kid? The woman asked, holding a small baseball bat. I can speak English. I was asking you where I was. Izuku replied as the woman slowly lowered her guard. You're in America, kid, Georgia. If that is what you're wanting to know, and if you want specifics in terms of cities. You're just outside of Atlanta, the woman said, as Izuku nodded. Is your hair dyed green? I've never seen green hair before. A small girl asked with a curiosity in her words. My hair is naturally green. I don't know why it seems so. You unnatural. Izuku replied. Cough, cough, asterisk. I don't feel so good, Clementine. I need you to take this kid with you to the treehouse. The woman said, as Clementine, as Izuku heard, looked at the woman. Sandra, why are you sick? Clementine asked, worriedly. I got bit by one of those fuckers out there. And I don't know how long I have before becoming one of them. Just keep yourself safe. Can I trust you to keep Clementine safe whilst I take care of whatever this is here? The woman asked. I don't know why you would want to trust me. Didn't you just meet me right and now? Izuku asked, as the woman smiled. Yeah, but I won't be able to be around much longer. The woman said, as she pushed Izuku and Clementine away from the stairs. Keep this barricaded and get into the treehouse. The woman said, as the two kids re-barricaded the door to the stairwell. As Izuku led the little girl to the treehouse, he allowed her to climb up to the small building first as he kept an eye on the surroundings. He made sure to grab a couple of knives beforehand so that he wouldn't be completely without something to protect both himself and Clementine. Literally 2 days after the two hid inside of the treehouse, they heard the sounds of something breaking inside the house and the woman screaming. The woman, who Clementine had informed Izuku was named Sandra, with the two of them hearing her scream in agony, they knew something bad happened to her. As the days moved forward, Izuku had left the small treehouse to get supplies from the nearby buildings. Just so that Clementine could stay fed and prepared for the world around them, and it was during this time that Izuku had come across weird humanoid creatures. They were seemingly dead as they were decayed rotting pieces of flesh that came after the living if they stayed in an area for too long. He had collected enough supplies to last him and Clementine about a few more days of living as they ate canned fruit and some other canned beans and vegetables. It wasn't until the two heard the sounds of a car crash nearby that they were startled out of their near sleep as they looked out the window of the treehouse. Izuku made sure that he went out to check out what happened and if whoever crashed was all right. He purposefully made sure that Clementine waited inside of the treehouse as he went to investigate. He knew that this probably was a horrible idea, but he wanted to make sure that it was just the undead who were coming nearby. Using his slightly muscular frame to climb over the wooden fencing, he made his way to where the crash happened. And what he saw was completely terrifying. He heard the sounds of a man screaming in agony as he rushed to the area where the screaming came from. Immediately hiding behind a tree to hide his presence from the undead monsters, Izuku watched as the cop was pulled by the strange human undead monsters had strong-armed the police officer to the ground and began to eat his entrails. It nearly caused the young man to just throw up from the sight alone, but at least the undead monsters left the cop lying on his stomach. Once the undead left the area finding nothing to really interest them here at all, Izuku made his way to the vehicle as he looked inside the driver's side. Shaking his head at the broken window of the driver's side door, he cringed at the slight blood dripping from it as he moved around to the back seat. Inside he found a much taller black man who had seemingly grown a goatee over his chin and upper lip. Pulling the door open, Izuku had lifted the man onto his upper back and carried him around towards the fence. He made sure to grab the keys for the handcuffs by the cop earlier as he brought the older man to the fence. Once he got near the fence itself, he walked around the community walls as he made it back to the house which belonged to Clementine herself. Once making his way into the backyard of the house, Izuku laid the man on the ground underneath the treehouse as Clementine looked down from above. Is he dead?" she asked, worriedly. "No, but he is losing a lot of blood right now." "Thank goodness I brought my backpack with me," Izuku muttered to himself after answering her question. Shouldn't we make sure that he doesn't turn into one of those things?" Clementine asked. "If he dies to blood loss, then that will mean he'll be an even bigger threat to us, Clem." Izuku retorted. "Oh okay, what do you need me to do?" Clem asked, kneeling next to Izuku. "Do you have the first aid kit in the treehouse?" Izuku asked, as the girl nodded. "Get it and bring me a needle and thread. I need to clean and dress the wound as fast as possible to prevent an infection," Izuku said, as Clementine entered the treehouse to get the supplies. As Izuku inspected the man's leg, he found that the cut on the leg was slowly becoming infected from being incapable of being cleaned and dressed. Once Clementine returned with the materials, he immediately set to work, his mother's lessons about taking care of someone who's hurt coming to mind. He immediately grabbed the hydrochloric acid in order to clean the wound first. As soon as the acid-like alcohol had hit the man's leg, he immediately woke up. "Grrrrng." The man growled as he looked at Izuku. "Stay down, and keep your voice down. The monsters will be coming if you scream like that again," Izuku warned. Sorry, just, that really hurt," the man said, as he slammed his fist on the dirt. "Sorry about that, sir, just cleaning and dressing your wound," Izuku stated as the man nodded. When Izuku continued to clean the wound, he took a closer look at it. There were no teeth marks of a bit on the man, so that was good, and as he brought out a needle and thread, he began to stitch the man's leg up. The man watched in awe at how a 14-year-old kid was patching him up better than he himself could patch it up. "From how you were able to clean and dress my injury, is it a bad thing for me to believe that you had to deal with this kind of injury before?" the man asked, waiting to start a conversation. "I was bullied for most of my life, sir. I had to learn the hard way to take care of myself. But my mom taught me everything I know about cleaning and stitching up wounds," Izuku replied as he stared at his work. "It's not much, but it's better than just leaving it open to the world to infect it," the man said, as he stood up. "What's your name, sir?" Izuku asked, leery. "The name's Lee Everett," he said, as he looked at the small house nearby. "The name is Midoriya Izuku. This is Clementine," Izuku said, introducing himself and the little girl nearby. "Do you know what's happening?" Lee asked. "No, I just showed up a few days ago in the living room of Clementine. I don't belong to this place," Izuku said, as Lee stared at him. "So you came from Japan? I can tell from how you look." Lee questioned. "Yes and no, I'm not from this dimension's Japan. I'm from an alternate universe entirely. But it's probably for the better that I don't return back to my home," Izuku said, as Lee stared at the boy. "You weren't treated very well there, were you?" he asked, kneeling to Izuku's height. "No, but I feel like being here would be better than being in a place where my presence causes a burden on everyone else," Izuku said, as Lee nodded. "Well, let's just leave this place. It's probably better to stay on the move," Lee said, as Clementine looked at them both. What about my parents? They might come back and find me gone," Clementine asked. "We will leave messages around the place. If they come back, then they will follow the messages and find us eventually. After all, a parent couldn't ever leave their child alone for too long. Right?" Izuku asked, as Clementine nodded. The trio had begun to walk around the area towards the metallic fence blocking them from the street nearby. They heard movement as well as grunting from the road as Clementine and Izuku moved forward quietly. Lee did the same thing as the two as they got a look at the newcomers to the neighborhood. Watching as they were struggling to push a bunch of cars out of the way, they decided to help them move the cars without alerting the undead around the place. "Come on, Chet. We need to get these cars moved so we can leave. We can't have these walkers catching us unawares," one of the men said, urgently. "I'm trying, Sean, but I'm having a hard time pushing these vehicles." Chet replied. Do you need help?" Izuku's voice asked, as they turned around immediately. "Oh shit," Chet called out, hiding in the trunk of the truck. "We're not infected, we're just looking for some help," Lee said, as he de-escalated the situation. "Sorry for being so cautious, we're trying to get these cars out of the way to get back to my farm. We were just scavenging around the place and couldn't find anything to use for food and other supplies." The younger man said, looking at them. "We can help you," Lee said, as the younger man, Sean, looked at him. "You don't look like their father, who are you?" he questioned. "I'm just some guy who was saved by this green-haired young man. And I'm just trying to make sure that nothing bad happens to them in return. The boy saved my life," Lee said, as Sean smiled. "Well, let's get these cars moved, we have to get out of here as fast as possible," Sean said, as the four began to push the car. Once they had managed to push the car out of the way, Chet made a call saying that a horde of walkers were coming for them. Climbing into the truck and leaving, Izuku watched as the city of Atlanta disappeared into the distance. About a couple of hours of driving later, the small group of survivors had arrived at a large farm that was seemingly peaceful. Chet left to go back to his home on another farm nearby, whilst everyone got out of the truck just as a man wearing green farming clothes walked up to them all. "Thank God you're safe," the older gentleman said, as Sean introduced them all. "Hey Dad, this is Lee. And these are the kids he's trying to keep safe. Can we place them in the barn with the others?" Sean asked. "Well, I don't see why not, looks like you got hurt there." "From what it looks like, however, someone had cleaned and stitched your wound up," the man said, as Izuku rose his hand slightly. My name is Midoriya Izuku. And I used some medical knowledge my mom taught me," Izuku said, as the man gave him a nod. "The name is Hershel Green. And I am the owner of this fine farm you are standing on. Whoever taught you these skills are definitely very good at their job if you are capable of doing this on a taller man," Hershel said, praising Izuku's work. It's not much, but I just did what my mom taught me," Izuku said, blushing in embarrassment. "It's a good skill to have in this world. Being very good at medicine is something that is bound to be useful down the road for injuries. You all can sleep in the barn. We don't have much in terms of bedding and all," Hershel said, as he walked towards the house. "Dad, I think that we should increase the defenses around the farm. The dead are running out of people in the cities and will be coming out here at some point and the farm won't be safe anymore," Sean said, as Hershel nodded. "That won't be necessary, Sean, but do what you like," Hershel dismissed but aloud. "You don't understand, Dad. The dead out there are a lot worse than what the radio makes it out to be. You didn't see what it was like, Dad," Sean said, as Izuku looked at the two. "I never said not to increase the defenses, Sean, just make sure that you don't overprepare," Hershel said, as Sean nodded. Later on in the evening, Izuku laid on the ground next to Clementine as the little girl snuggled up to him as she faced Lee. The two were talking to one another, not that Izuku cared all that much. Lee was showing himself to be fatherly during the drive to the farm with Clementine. He wasn't jealous of the little girl, he'd had a father of his own, but his own left him when he was 4 and never talked to him again. He'd made peace with the fact that he'd never get another father figure in his lifetime. Lee even made some jokes about manure or whatever in the building based on the smell, and Clementine made a comment about her parents again. Falling asleep to their calm voices, Izuku fell into his dream world as he felt memories come to the surface. He was standing at the edge of his classroom as he looked out the window at the city nearby. He smiled to himself before he was accosted by someone he knew. "What the fuck are you looking at, Deku? We're not done with our earlier conversation," a familiar voice called out to him. What do you need Kachan?" Izuku asked, completely scared. "You know, I am a bit of a perfectionist when it comes to my backstory. So I am going to give you one single warning. Don't come to Ua, or I will kill you. Kachan said, placing a palm on Izuku's left shoulder, singing the uniform. Another ruined uniform. Izuku thought to himself, hey, what's this? Hero analysis for the future. You're still doing those stupid notebooks, you damn nerd. One of Kachan's lackeys called out, holding his notebook. Please give that back. Izuku called out, trying to reach for it. No, Kachan said, as he pulled the notebook into his hands and destroyed it. The boy was seen walking out of the classroom as Izuku stared at the notebook in the small koi pond below the window. But as he turned to look at Kachan again, he found the boy with a very decayed and arrogant expression on his face. You know, there is a way for you to become a hero. Kachan's decayed voice called out. What's that? Izuku asked, with a small ray of hope. Just pray you get a quirk in your next life and jump from the roof. Maybe then you might be able to become a hero in the next life. Kachan said, as he watched Izuku's face morph into fury. He activated his quirk to quell Izuku's building rage at the boy's words. But before Izuku could even show his rage at the friend's words towards him, Izuku found himself standing in the house where he'd found Clementine and her babysitter. He found Clementine staring at him with concern as she looked very worried for him, and before he could even react, he heard the sounds of a walker behind him. Turning to face the threat, he found the walker version of his mother growling at him and reaching to grab him. Gah! Izuku screamed as he woke up from his nightmare of memories. Pant. I am going to look around the place. Izuku muttered. After waking up from his nightmare, Izuku left the barn as he looked at the outside of the building. The sun was slowly rising in the distance as Izuku sat down on some hay bales nearby to the barn itself. He slowly allowed his breath to catch up with his speeding heart in order to calm it down from such a horrid nightmare. Looking at the rising sun, he heard movement behind him and immediately turned around to find Hershel standing nearby looking at him. The man shrugged his shoulders and moved out into the cornfields in order to collect some of the wheat as well as corn. Izuku would watch the elderly man for a bit as he heard movement from the barn and looked in that direction. He saw a man who looked like your traditional grandparent. He had a normal mustache that went from under his nose to the sides of his lips as he smiled Izuku's way. The woman with him was plump but had blonde hair. It reminded Izuku about his own mother before he was forced to appear in this world. Shaking his head, he smiled at the woman as she smiled back. Trailing the two of them was a small boy with freckles on his face as well as bouncing around the place. If there was a massive difference between the two parents and the boy, it was the massive energy difference both didn't have. Morning there, pal. Name's Kenneth. That right there is my wife Katya and my son Duck. Kenny said, smirking at Izuku. D dodging or Q quaking? Izuku asked, as Kenny chuckled. Quacking mostly, but I love that boy, and in terms of my name just call me Kenny. The man said happily. Oh okay, Izuku said, as the man ruffled Izuku's hair. As the man left Izuku alone, the boy watched him walk over to the barn as two other people woke up from inside. He overheard them talk for a moment before hearing Sean stating that he was going to work on the fence. Following the younger man, Izuku went to assist him in building the wood barricade for the fence around the farm. For a few hours Izuku and Sean were fixing the fence in Hershel's farm as they prepared for the worst to happen. Sean had managed to get a few pieces of the wood planks on the fencing as he was cutting more wood. Izuku grabbed some nails and started to hammer some wood planks onto the fence itself as Sean talked about something to himself. Izuku spent his time thinking about his life before entering the life of Clementine and Lee. He had his reasons for keeping his own past quiet. But he'd rather not have anyone here to change their opinions about him as a whole. He'd already dealt with that in his own world. He doesn't want that to happen in this world too. Finishing the part of the fence with some boards being hammered on, Izuku turned to Sean as the young man wiped some sweat from his brow. He looked over at Izuku with a small smile as he gave the boy a thumbs up and then turned to walk away. But before he left entirely, he turned back to Izuku to give him some words before he went to start on the last part of the fence as a whole. Hey, can you tell my dad that I'm nearly finished with fixing up the fence? He should be in the barn last time I checked. Sean questioned as Izuku nodded. Do you want me to see if we can get anything to eat before you start? Izuku asked. No thanks, I'd rather get that fence finished before the day is over. Can't be seen wasting daylight on anything, Sean said, waving at Izuku whilst walking away. Okay, Izuku called out, turning to the barn and walking over to it. As soon as he reached the barn, Izuku saw Hershel deep within it clearing up some of the hay. He had apparently been trying to make it more livable since he was not really expecting a whole lot of people in a simple week. And from what it now looks like, it seems to be much more sleep-safe for those sleeping inside of it. Walking into the barn, Izuku stopped nearby as the elderly man continued to collect hay on his pitchfork. He glanced over at Izuku, seeing the boy was acting very suspiciously towards the whole area. Well, I guess you came here for some reason, Hershel asked. Sean told me to tell you that the fence is almost done, Izuku said, as Hershel smiled. That boy was always the survival prep artist. Thank you for informing me about it. How much is left? Hershel asked. Just a small part behind the farmhouse. He wanted to get it finished before the day ended, Izuku said, as Hershel nodded. That's a good idea. Better have it prepared and fully built up to last than having a picket fence, Hershel said, rubbing Izuku's hair. They both stayed quiet for a bit as Hershel had continued his work of clearing the barn of most of the hay on the ground. Izuku picked up a pitchfork himself, whilst nearly falling backwards due to its lanky size, and he assisted the elderly man. Hershel gave him a look of acknowledgement as Izuku assisted him with cleaning up the barn. They were just about finished with it when Lee had arrived to inform Hershel about what he'd talked to Sean about. But suddenly Hershel's eyes turned into a somewhat glare as he looked at Lee with some kind of prejudice. Hey Hershel, your son sent me here to tell you that he's nearly finished with the fence. It'll be built within the hour, Lee said, smiling at Hershel. As that's so, well, far be it from me to curse him out for preparations. What was your name again? Hershel asked. It's Lee, Lee replied. Well, that's all well and good. What are your plans for when you leave the farm eventually? Hershel questioned. My best guess was heading over to Savannah. Clementine's parents were last heard being there, Lee said, as Hershel nodded. Well, I hope that if you find them that they're fine and not part of this undead legion you and Sean have been talking about, Hershel said, before standing up stretching. I will make sure that we find her parents, but I'm not too sure about if they're still alive anymore, Lee said, as Hershel gave him an odd look. Well, make sure to train the girl how to defend herself at some point. Can't have children die during these times. It makes us feel less human if they die off too early, Hershel said, turning back to his work. Is there something you don't like about Lee, Hershel? Izuku asked, finally getting the time to ask. I saw his name earlier this week on the Atlanta news. This man has killed a state senator. Not that I care for that man specifically, but you'd best keep your eye on him, boy, Hershel said, whilst Lee and Izuku went to leave the barn. But just as they were leaving the barn to check up on everyone else, a loud scream of agony was heard from the area Lee had left Sean. Quick, get to the area and see what happened. I'll get my gun, Hershel called out from the barn. Izuku and Lee ran towards where the commotion was happening and were brought to a very disheartening sight. Duck was on the tractor as he was being pulled on by a walker that had somehow snuck up on the farm. But the odd thing, however, was the fact that the tractor was on and on top of Sean's left leg as he struggled to escape from his small stuck situation. Izuku rushed over and pulled Duck from the walker and kicked it in the face, knocking the man-eating monster to the ground. Placing Duck on the ground, the boy rushed to his father and pointed at the fence, to which the man rushed over to assist. Hopping onto the tractor, Izuku went to focus on manning the vehicle as he realized something very harrowing. He'd never learned how to drive back in his world, so he was running on autopilot from the movies he'd seen in his world. He found the clutch as he pulled it back, releasing the brake, and immediately placed the tractor in reverse. Sean screamed in even more agony as the tractor had rolled back over his leg. Lee had managed to get near Sean and pulled him away from the tractor with Kenny as they brought the boy over to a tree to rest. Turning off the tractor, Izuku pulled out a knife he'd kept on hand from the small suburbs and rushed over to the fence. The walkers were leaning on the barricade as they struggled to get past it. Thrusting his blade into the first walker's head, it slumped before the second walker grabbed onto Izuku's wrist. Ga Aor, the walker growled at him angrily. Gee, get off of me. Izuku struggled as he yanked the knife from the first walker's face. Growl. Another walker from the field called out, alerting Izuku to that more walkers were coming. See, come on. Get off, Izuku said, stabbing the walker holding his wrist on the wrist of it. As he continued to struggle with the walker on his arm, Lee had come over and punched it in the face, sending it backwards. Izuku yelped when the walker's arm had pulled him into the fence as well, and he gave Lee the knife as the man as he reached over and stabbed the walker in the head. Bang! Looking behind themselves, they found Hershel holding a rifle in his hands as he shot the incoming walkers. As they pulled themselves back over the fencing, Izuku fell back onto his ass as he panted heavily. That was his first brush with death as he looked at his now bruising wrist with a slight fear and anger at himself. He couldn't get far into his own self-loathing as they heard another scream of agony from Sean and looked over at the young man. Whilst they were busy with the walkers near the broken fencing, another fence was broken down as they had started to eat him alive. For the rest of his life, Izuku would forever remember the look on Sean's face as the walkers stuck their hands into his stomach and pulled out his entrails. Large intestines were pulled out and feasted on by the walkers as the other two were biting into the young man's neck and leg. Hershel rushed over to his son and shot the trio of walkers before pulling them away from the boy. And for some odd reason the young man was still breathing as he looked at Hershel as he smiled at him. "I'll be alright, P-Pa. L. Lee, Izuku A and K. Kenny helped me," Sean said, as Hershel knelt near his son. "Don't worry, Sean, we'll get some bandages and cover this up." "You'll be good," Hershel said, tears falling from his eyes. Mr. Green?" Izuku asked, slightly worried. Hershel were so sorry about what happened to Sean. Lee said, trying to apologize. "Grr, get the fuck out of here. I can't stand to look at you all, without even thinking about my son. Get out, and never come back." Hershel growled at them as Kenny looked at Lee, Izuku and Clementine. "You got that ride to Macon if you want," he said, walking away to his truck. Leaving the farm, Izuku watched as multiple other walkers made their way towards it. There weren't nearly enough to overwhelm the elderly man, but he was worried that in his sorrow he'd cause even more of a ruckus. Shaking his head, he kept his eyes out on the road as Kenny drove them further away from the suburbs that belonged to Clementine's home. The little girl, however, was looking worse for wear as she hugged her legs to her chest, her face showing definite signs of trauma. Looking over the changing scenery, Izuku kept getting flashes of Sean's lifeless face looking at him. His intestines laying on the ground nearby his corpse as he stared at Izuku with a completely dead gaze. Then the man stood up to full height as he growled at him as though he were a walker. Shaking his head, Izuku looked at the surroundings as they heard the truck pitter to a stop as Kenny looked ahead of them. "Well, I guess this is as far as we're going," he said, as everyone got out of the truck. Moving quietly throughout the area, Izuku kept an eye out for potential exits for them to use should they get separated. But Kenny noticed movement behind one of the vehicles, believing it to be someone who was a survivor like them. "Hey, we've ran out of gas. You know where we can get some more?" Kenny called out, before the person came out. "Gaur," the now identified walker growled loudly. "Holy fuck," Kenny called, as Izuku and Lee gained a protective stance over Clementine and Duck. The walkers surrounded the small group as Izuku kicked a walker's knee, causing it to fall down to the ground as he smashed its head with his foot. Lee had seen this and done the same with another walker as he kept Clementine close. Unfortunately, Duck had left the safety of their numbers and a walker had leapt onto him. Rushing over, Izuku kicked the walker in the side, taking its attention from the screaming boy. Moving backwards, Izuku found a small brick and prepared to hit it in the head with it, but that was all before a gunshot rang out. Bang, 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 run, a young man with a small mustache and wearing a trucker hat called out. "Get inside the drugstore," a dark-skinned woman said, as everyone rushed to it. They entered the store as they let out sighs of relief. But that all stopped when a man walked over to them with a furious expression on his face as he glared at them all. "What the fuck were you thinking?" he yelled at them all. "We can't take risks like this," a feminine voice called out. "And we can't just let people die, either," the woman who helped save them all replied. "When I say, that door stays shut no matter what, I fucking mean it. We don't know who these people are, they could be dangerous," the second woman said, glaring at the small group's savior. Worse, they could have led them right to us. An elderly man said, looking over to the first woman. Where the hell is your humanity? The woman who saved them questioned. We have kids with us, Lee said, as Izuku looked around the place. I see one little girl as well as a green-haired teenager. The elderly man said, as Izuku moved over next to Katya and Duck. Is he going to be okay? Izuku asked, as Katya nodded. I just need to clean him up, then we can figure out how to get out of here. Katya said, as she began to clean Duck. Lee, Clementine called up to Lee. What is it? Lee asked, a little tense. I need to pee, Clem said, as she looked embarrassed. In a minute, Clem, we're in a very bad situation, Lee said, as he focused back on the conversation at hand. Izuku walked over near Lee and Clementine as he pulled the girl away from the conversation that was dreadfully coming close to a fight. He pulled her over to the counter where he'd found a small key and led the young girl over to the bathroom nearby. He had no idea what was going on, but he wanted no part in it since he was looking after Clementine at the moment whilst Lee talked to the adults. They've got kids, Lily, the hat-wearing young man said, urgently. Those things outside don't care. Lily, the woman who angrily didn't want everyone inside the building, glared back. Maybe you should go join them then, you'll have something in common. Kenny stated with an angry glare. God damn it, Lily, you have to control these people. The elderly man said, as Lee spoke to Kenny. She's an asshole, that's for sure. He muttered. If that's what it takes. Lily said, now glaring at Lee. Well, you don't have to be a bitch about it. Lee retorted. Holy shit, son of a bitch, one of them's bitten, the elderly man said, as Lee angrily looked at him. He wasn't bitten, Lee angrily spoke. The hell he wasn't. We have to end this now, the elderly man said, turning to walk over to the small family. Over my dead body, Kenny said, glaring at the man. We'll dig one hole, the elderly man said. No, I'm cleaning up his body, there's no bite. He's fine, Katya called out. Don't you fucking people get it? Question mark. We've already seen this happen. We let someone with a bite stay and we all end up bitten. The elderly man said, somewhat insanely. Shut up, Kenny growled. We have to throw him out or smash his head in. The elderly man said. Kenny, stop him, Katya said, becoming fearful. Lee, what do we do about this guy? Kenny asked, looking for guidance. We kick his ass, Lee retorted as Kenny remembered Lee's loyalty. That's what I was thinking. Kenny growled out. Everybody just chill the fuck out. The woman from before called out. Nobody is doing anything, Lily said, as she stared at the other woman. Shut up, Lily. And you, shut the fuck up. They are going to find us, and they are going to get in here, and none of this will fucking matter. Because we're about to be trapped in here with one of those things. Question mark quote. The elderly man growled out. What the hell you talking about? Kenny questioned. He's bitten. That's how you turn. The elderly man growled out. He's not bitten. Lee, stop this. It's upsetting him, Katya called out. Oh, I'm upsetting him. Upsetting him is getting eaten alive. The elderly man growled. Sit down, or else, Lee warned. You're gonna whoop me. You and what homo parade? The elderly man called out, glaring at Lee. This one right here, Kenny said, as the elderly man retorted. Hee hee, that's good, little boy. Before you eat your mommy, you're going to see your dad get his nose broken. The elderly man called out. On the other side of the room, Izuku and Clementine noticed that there was someone inside the bathroom already. Both were looking confused, but as Izuku rose his hand to knock on the door, it was smacked on by whatever was inside. I'm gonna kill him, cat. Just worry about Duck, Kenny stated to his wife. Lee, there's someone in there, Clementine said, as Lee looked over. She's right, Lee. Someone's in the bathroom, Izuku said, gaining everyone's attention. It's just locked. He's behind the counter, probably, Lee said, as Izuku held out the key in his hand. Hey, I'm not the bad guy here. I'm just looking out for my daughter, the man said, as he looked slightly calmer. No, you're just a guy who is arguing over killing a kid, Kenny retorted. He's covered in muck. Watch, she'll find the bite. Watch, the elderly man growled out. She won't, Kenny promised. And when she does, First thing he'll do is sink his teeth into his mom's face, then when she's dead, he'll probably pounce on your little girl. She'll turn fast, then there'll be 3. And that, boy, is the ballgame. The elderly man said. He's a little boy, I think we can handle it. Lee said, as the elderly man looked at him surprised. A little boy, he'll be an uncontrollable man-eater. The elderly man growled out in surprise. It's not gonna happen, Kenny said, angrily. It is, and we're tossing him out now. The elderly man called out. Knock this guy out, Kenny. Lee said, as Kenny spoke. With pleasure. As Kenny punched the elderly man in the face, he took a punch to the face without being moved from his spot before punching Kenny in retaliation. As Kenny was knocked out to the ground, Clementine and Izuku let out a scream of fear as they had unlocked the door during the conversation. Ah! Clementine screamed. Clementine, get away! Izuku called out, as the walker tackled him to the ground. Clementine! Izuku! Lee called out, rushing to their aid. Gee, get off! Get off! Get off! Izuku grunted out as he pulled a knife from his pocket as the walker grabbed his arms. Goo-ah! Wee-ah! The walker growled out. Jesus! The elderly man called out. Lee rushed through the people that were in his way, before he fell to the ground after tripping over one of the items on the ground. Getting back up immediately, he rushed over to find Izuku struggling to hold back the walker from the ground as the walker's face kept getting closer and closer to the boy's face. Someone help me! Izuku screamed in fear as the walker forced the knife from his hand and across the floor to Lee. Get away from them, you son of a bitch! Lee called out, grabbing the walker from Izuku's form. Pulling out the knife, he stabbed it into the head of the walker, causing it to go limp in his arms before he pushed it to the ground. Izuku, however, was with Clementine as he had shuffled over to the wall of the room, his heart beating like crazy. Lee moved over to the two of them as he watched Clementine hug him, which he reciprocated as they both shivered in both fear and the adrenaline coursing through their bodies. Man, Lee said, bending over slightly. You, okay? The female from earlier asked, as her gun was pointed at the walker, no shot having been taken. Just great, thanks, Lee said, as sounds of walkers smacking the windows and doors were heard. After that little quiet attack from the walkers, everyone let out a brief breath of relief as they heard the walkers hear sounds from outside draw the attention of the walkers away. Sitting down in the corner, Izuku had been holding his legs up to his chest as he felt as though he had come very close to losing his life. Clementine was sitting next to him as she had come back after using the restroom in order to relieve herself. But their conversation from before wasn't over as the elderly man growled out at everyone who was in there. We almost died because nobody thought to check the bathroom. ? That was stupid. That was The elderly man groaned in pain as he placed a hand over his chest. Dodd, Lily called out, kneeling next to her father. Was he the one that was bitten? Lee asked. No, don't be crazy. It's his heart, Lily said, as the elderly man spoke up. My pills, he painfully said. Nitroglycerin pills? Katya asked, worriedly. Yes, we're out. We've been trying to get into the pharmacy since we got here. Please try to get in there, behind the counter where the pills are. Lily begged. It's probably through the office, Lee said, a little saddened. I'll look after my dad, Lily said, as she sat down next to him. Everybody should get comfy and gather anything useful. We could be here a while, Kenny said, as the other guy spoke up. I'm starting to feel like this drugstore might not be a permanent solution. The guy said, as Kenny spoke. You're right, this isn't exactly Fort Knox. Kenny replied. What do you suggest? Lee asked. We need as much gas as possible, so we can all get out of downtown Macon. Fast, the young man said, as Lee retorted. Agreed, Lee said. Then I'll head out and get gas. There's a motel not too far from here, out towards the end of Peachtree. I'll work my way towards it and come back siphoning what I can. The guy said, as everyone nodded. You know your way around town? Lee asked. Born and raised, the young man said. If you're gonna do that, here's a walkie-talkie in case you get in a tight spot. Hopefully you won't need it, Lee said, as the young man nodded. Cool, Clementine's got the other one. Check in with her and see if you can get back here as soon as you can. Lee said, as the young man nodded. And you, what's your name? Kenny asked, looking at Lily. It's Lily, my dad's Larry. She said, as the woman who saved them spoke up. Keep a good eye on him, these boys will get him his medicine. Kenny said, as Lee spoke up. That's right, and you keep an eye on that front door, you're our lookout. Kenny said, it's Doug, you got it. The young chubby man said. And I'm Carly, the woman who saved them said. All right Carly, you'll shift in with Doug when he needs it. For now, get some rest, you're a good shot and I'd like to keep it that way. Kenny said, as everyone nodded at their jobs. You got it boss, Carly said, as Lily glared at them for calling Kenny boss. Now get him those pills, Kenny said, sternly. As everyone went about their own little missions, Izuku stayed on the ground as he thought about what had happened earlier. He was completely helpless against that singular walker, and he had known that something or someone was inside of the bathroom. He needed to be more aware of the places he'd went through, otherwise he'd just be a burden on others. Taking a deep breath, he walked over to Kenny, gaining the courage to ask him a question. Kenny, is there something that I can do? Izuku asked, as the man looked down to him. Well, I guess you can keep both Clementine and Duck company. Make sure to keep them distracted from everything that's going on, and most importantly make sure that they can still act like kids. Lord knows that we can't leave them feeling like they need to grow up fast. Kenny said, ruffling Izuku's hair. Oh okay sir, Izuku said, as Kenny spoke to him. How do you get your hair to be so soft, by the way kid? Last time I checked, we don't have any kind of shampoo or conditioner that can do that. Kenny asked, as Izuku let out a cheeky smile. Trade's secret, Izuku said, walking away. That brat, Kenny said, chuckling. Whilst everyone was preparing themselves for getting Larry his nitroglycerin tablets, Izuku was looking slightly fearful when the word had come up. He had a very bad experience with nitroglycerin in the past, and that was not something he needed to think about right now. But to hear that it could help the man with his heart issues, he stayed within the shop as he kept an eye outside. He was staying next to Doug as the man was keeping watch on the walkers who strayed near the drugstore. As the two were keeping watch, Izuku noticed that Carly had walked into the back room with Lee, as she had a hard-to-read expression on her face. Shaking his head at what was going to happen between the two, Izuku kept his hand on Clementine's radio for her as he kept an ear out for Glenn. He would stay like this for about an hour before he would hear some scratching from the radio itself before he answered it. He wasn't sure if Glenn needed some assistance at this moment, but he wanted to be sure that this really was him and not someone who killed him and is trying to find the rest of them. Hey, little girl. Are you there? Glenn's voice came out. Hey, is this Glenn? Izuku asked. Hey kid, I'm not sure who you are. But can you get the radio to Clementine's dad? I need to get his assistance on something. Glenn said, as Izuku gave a gruff grunt. Okay, are you stuck or something? Izuku asked, as Glenn replied back to him. Yeah, I'm inside of a small freezer because whilst I was looking for some gas at a local inn, some geeks came up on me. I was forced to hide in order to stay out of their sight. But I was trying to help a girl who was stuck inside one of the rooms. Glenn said, as Izuku rushed over to Lee. Entering through the doorway into the backroom area, Izuku found Carly leaving the room as he delivered the radio to Lee. The man looked down at him as he bore a confused expression on his face before Izuku pointed to the radio itself as he answered. Pulling Clementine into the store with himself, Izuku made sure to keep her distracted for a while before Lee came back into the store. He was looking around before calling Carly over to himself before looking directly at him as he walked towards him as well, greatly confusing him. Is there something you need? Izuku asked, confused. I want to know if you'd like to come with me, Lee said, as Izuku looked away. I don't know, I wasn't much help against the walker earlier. Izuku said, rubbing his left arm. Don't worry, your assistance might prove useful on this mission. We're going to get Glenn back from the inn he's stuck at. Someone of your height might be useful for getting into small spaces. Lee said, as Clementine pouted. Why can't I go? She asked. Because there are too many walkers present for you to go. With Izuku, I know that he's proficient in killing walkers. Sorry Clementine, I will take you with me the next time I need to go somewhere. Lee said, as Clementine nodded. Am I going to have something to defend myself with? Izuku asked, as Carly pulled out a knife. I never leave an area without a knife of my own. You can use this, just make sure to hit them in the head. Carly said, as Izuku nodded. Leaving the building, and walking down the road as silently as possible, the small trio had left the drugstore in search of their ally. Reaching the inn in about 15 minutes, they found a large number of walkers patrolling the place as they growled to themselves quietly. Izuku took notice of a freezer nearby as he saw a walker stand up, as both Lee and Carly ducked with him underneath the wall. They heard it growl before it walked away from their location and towards a large RV in the middle of the parking lot. A bumping sound was heard from the freezer, causing Carly to point her gun at it. Izuku pulled her weapon down before they saw that it was Glenn, who came out of his hiding spot with a smile before taking notice of Izuku's presence. Stepping out of the freezer, he jumped over the wall and ducked underneath it as he whispered to Lee and Carly. When I asked for some help, I didn't think you'd bring a middle school student. He shouted. I need to make sure he has the experience to fight walkers on his own. He's old enough to learn how to defend himself. Lee retorted in a whisper. Lee's right, he needs to know how to defend himself. Carly said, as Glenn nodded. Just wanted to know why the kid is here. He muttered. I was asked to assist. Izuku stated as Glenn nodded. Okay, so I managed to collect the gas required to give everyone enough to come down here later. But I heard someone seemingly calling for help in that room up there. Glenn said, pointing at the barricaded doorway. Oh no, I am not going to help someone else right now. We got the gas we need, so now we can go. Carly said, as Glenn shook his head. Would you really let someone die to these things? We can't leave her all alone without knowing someone is out here to help. Glenn said, as Carly shook her head. Damn right we can't leave her behind. Lee muttered. Lee, I think this might be getting us a little over our head. Izuku warned. Don't worry, if things go wrong, you can run back to the drugstore. Lee said, patting Izuku's head. Fucking fine, let's go save Glenn's damsel in distress. Carly growled out. After having their whisper argument, the group had moved over to a truck's window before using a random spark plug in order to break the window quietly. Once reaching inside, they pulled out a small ice pick and Lee added that to his repertoire of weapons. Moving from the truck over to a small vehicle that was being held up by a stopper, they killed the walker that was eating a dead body on the ground. Once he was done in, they reached inside and put the vehicle on neutral before pulling the stopper out of the way. The vehicle rolled down the parking lot before smashing right into a random walker and pinning it to a wall next to a fire axe. Lee and the others moved over to another small vehicle that had a walker standing around doing seemingly nothing. Killing it very quickly, they moved on to the RV before finding a walker behind it just looking at the vehicle distantly. Calling the walker over, Lee handed his weapon over to Izuku as he allowed the boy to call this one since he killed the first two. As the walker got closer and closer to him, Izuku felt his adrenaline pumping through his veins as it rounded the corner, growling loudly. Kicking its leg out from under it, Izuku watched as it fell onto its back before Izuku slammed the ice pick into its head. Pulling the weapon out of the walker's head, he looked over at Lee, Carly and Glenn as the trio smirked at him. Moving on to the walker stuck behind the vehicle, they managed to kill it, although at the loss of the ice pick. Izuku had stood onto the tire of the vehicle and stabbed the walker in the head, causing it to fall down and pushing the weapon further into its head, the pointed end coming out the back of its head. Lee and Glenn made a joke about the walker's body and the ice pick before they geeked out about a new weapon to use. All that was left was the two walkers banging on the door of the room where the woman could now be heard asking for the walkers to go away. Lee took charge on this one, as he rushed the two walkers and took them down without much fanfare. With a horizontal swing, the first walker's head was taken from its body before Lee slammed his axe sideways, taking the other walker's head and getting the axe stuck a bit. Pulling it out of the wall, he moved up to the barricaded door and sliced through the wood easily. He knocked on the door, speaking to the woman in hopes that she'd just open the door so that they could get her to safety. "Hello, are you okay in there?" Lee asked, knocking softly. "Just go away. Bitten, I already know what happens when you're bit." The woman inside screams. "Well, she doesn't want to be saved, so let's go." Carly said, as Izuku looked at her. She could be in trouble, and fearful to ask for it. Izuku said, for once not stuttering. Ma'am, if you don't open the door, we will need to break it down. Lee called out with a warning. Just go away. Leave me alone. The woman yelled. I'm breaking down the door then. Lee called out, kicking it. He was about to raise the axe to break it down when the woman could be heard from inside giving up. He lowered the weapon before they all heard the sounds of the door's locks coming undone as she eventually walked out. Izuku, however, he gained a very solemn expression on his face as he noticed something that Glenn and Lee didn't before it was too late. There was blood coming from the woman's hip, and her skin was pale in color as she stared at the group. I tried to warn you. But you wouldn't listen. I was already bitten. The woman said, pointing to her wound. Maybe we could find a cure. Izuku asked, as the woman looked at him. Kid, I've already seen what it does to people. I've seen it happen to my boyfriend. She replied. You have a boyfriend? Glenn asked, dejectedly but was ignored. Glenn. Carly growled at him, smacking his head. We could find a way to keep you alive. Lee said, as the woman shook her head. I don't want to become one of them. They bite you, then you die, and you come back, before you look for anything you can find. The woman said, insanity entering her iris. Ma'am, we could still help you. Lee urged as the woman took notice of Carly's gun. You have a gun, she said, as Carly became guarded. Yeah, what about it? She questioned cautiously. See, can I borrow it? She asked. What? No, Carly said, as the woman shrieked. Please, I really don't want to become one of them. Gee, they are satanic. The woman pleaded and muttered the last part. Give her the gun, Lee said, his eyes covered in shadows. What? I can't do that, Lee. Carly said, as Lee glared at her. Just do it, Lee growled. Fine, but I'm not cleaning up the mess. Carly said, handing over her weapon. Thank you for this. You are very kind. I can finally be with my boyfriend. She said, as Lee spoke to her. Just make sure that it's quick. He said, as the woman nodded. Izuku walked down the stairs of the inn, meeting up with Carly and Glenn. The two were looking grim as they thought about the interaction between them and the woman who was bitten. Shaking their heads, they heard movement from the stairs as Lee returned with Carly's gun in hand. Shaking his head, the small group had heard walkers incoming before rushing over to Glenn's vehicle and taking off back to the drugstore. Within minutes they had returned back to the drugstore as they went back to their original jobs as Lee continued with his plans of getting Larry his medicine. He leaves the building once again, but this time through the front door with Doug as they stand in the small area between the street and the store. Izuku kept an eye on the two from inside the building as he opens the door and stands out there with Doug. He finds another brick in case they need to get another distraction for Lee as they watch as Lee breaks the window where Doug had turned on the televisions from the store across the street. Once the televisions are heard by the dead, they all walked over to it, becoming distracted by the sound, allowing Lee to walk over to a walker stuck under a telephone pole. Izuku watched as the man seemingly held a small conversation with the walker before he rose his axe in the air. He let out small wails of sadness as he landed multiple blows on the walker, almost as though he knew the walker before this whole mess happened and they were human. Izuku kept an eye on the walkers as they slowly heard him wailing out in sadness and turned around. Pulling out another item to use to distract the walkers, Izuku made sure to have Doug stay quiet before throwing the item across the street, hitting a car far away from Lee's position. The car alarm went off as the walkers came out from their distraction from Lee and moved towards the vehicle itself. Lee killed a couple walkers who got too close to him that didn't get distracted by the sound before arriving at the drugstore doors. The trio entered the building as they all let out breaths of fresh air before heading over to the pharmacy. Lee called out to Lily as the woman had smiled at him as soon as he showed her the key to the pharmacy he'd gotten from the walker on the street. Great, let's get in there and collect the pills, Lily said, as she led Lee into the back room. Izuku watched from outside of the pharmacy as the two opened the door and entered the room, only for the sound of an alarm going off. As Lee cursed, Lily informed him to gather everything he could and search for the nitroglycerin tablets for her father. A small distance away from the drugstore, a walker with a screwdriver in its left shoulder got up from the ground. It growled softly as it heard the alarm of the store going off in the distance. As it turned around a corner of a small alleyway it was laying down in, we see a very large horde of walkers banging at the metal fence and windows of the drugstore as the alarm got even louder. The growling of the walkers outside of the building got worse as we see hundreds of walkers moving towards the building as the new walker was moving towards it as well. Inside the building everyone is moving fast, as they tried to find anything to barricade the front entrance as much as possible to buy everyone time to escape. Kenny was running around giving orders as he told everyone what they were supposed to do until it was time to go. "Duck, come on baby, time to go," Katya said, helping Duck around to leave. "I'm gonna get the truck pulled up round back," Kenny called out, as Lily spoke up. "Do it fast, I've got to get my dad out of here," Lily said, urgently. "I don't plan on dilly-dallying," Kenny retorted as Lily left. "Honey, take Duck into the office and barricade the living hell out of the door behind me. Glenn, when you hear me honking in the alley, start getting people out of here," Kenny told everyone. "You got it," Glenn said, as he moved into position. "Doug, Carly and Lee, you guys make sure our defenses stay up till then. And Lee, I better get that axe, in case I run into any of them on the way to my truck," Kenny ordered. "Here you go," Lee said, tossing the axe to him. "Izuku, you stay with Lee and make sure nothing gets past him. I'm depending on you to make sure nobody gets bit whilst we're leaving," Kenny said, as Izuku nodded. "Yes sir," Izuku called out, moving Clementine to the office. "Guys, that door's not locked anymore," Doug called out, looking at the doorway after hearing a screeching sound. "Shit, you three get on it. I'll get back as fast as I can," Kenny called out as he walked away. "Stay away from the windows," Lee told Clementine and Izuku. The man rushed over to the door where Carly and Doug were barely holding back the horde who were bearing down on them with Glenn holding the door as well. But that was when Katya had called out for Glenn's assistance in the back. "Glenn, we need your help. Please hurry," Katya called out. Lee arrived at the door, and made an arm motion to allow Glenn to rush over to Katya in the office who was holding back her own set of walkers from getting in. Lee pushed the door back closed as they felt and heard the walkers growling whilst pushing in on the doors behind them. The force of each push causing the doors to open slightly before they were pushed back closed again. But this was when Doug decided to speak to everyone at the door as Izuku searched for something to hold back the door. "Hey, Lee, if we don't make it out of this, you should know that I think you're a great guy," Doug said, as Lee grunted out an answer. "We will make it through this," Lee said, as he struggled to hold the door shut. "Doug, if we don't make it through this, you should know," Carly spoke before the door rudely interrupted her words. Pushing the doors back with all the strength he could muster with adrenaline coursing through his veins, Lee managed to hold it back. But that was when Doug began asking Carly questions about what she was going to talk about. "I should know what?" Doug asked, with a confused expression on his face. "Huh?" Carly asked, looking behind the two men. "You said I should know," Doug said, before the sounds of glass breaking behind him was heard. "Gwa," a walker called out, knocking a small vending machine down as it broke through the glass. "Shit," Carly called out, leaving the two of them to hold the door as she shot at the walkers. "On it," she said, pulling out her gun. "Are you sure?" Lee asked, as Carly let out a small eeping sound. "Oh, shit," she called out, shooting the walkers. Bang, bang, wah, oh shit, okay then, Lee muttered as Lee found Izuku. "Izuku, can you look for something to stick in between the handles? Something real strong?" Lee questioned. "Yeah, I think I remember seeing something in the office," Izuku called out to him and rushing away. The walkers managed to push the front door out of the way a bit causing Lee to push it back down with Doug on his left. They continued this game of keep and take until glass was heard breaking from Lee's right as Doug left him in order to take care of that issue. "Izuku, did you find anything?" Lee called out. "I'm sure it was in here somewhere." "Oh, there it is." Izuku's voice was heard. "That window is screwed," Doug called out as Lee allowed him to move away. "Go," he said, before the door was pushed wider by the walkers. Struggling even more now as he was the only one holding the doors shut, with some great effort Lee manages to get the door closed when Izuku arrived. He had the cane to Lee's father that he'd told Clementine about, and Lee in that moment couldn't help but see the irony in what Izuku'd found. Pushing the cane through the door's handles, and moving away, the two watched as the doors were pushed on as the cane held its ground. Nodding at their display of ingeniousness, they heard screams from their left and right and were brought to a stop in their eyes as time slowed down to a crawl. On one end of the shop, a walker had Carly's ankle with one hand as she struggled to reach out for her purse which held more mags for her gun, another walker incoming. But on the other end of the store where Lee saw the window breaking, was Doug as he was barely holding himself inside the store. Multiple hands of walkers had pulled through and grabbed onto him as he barely kept himself from being pulled into the streets. Their hearts beat in slow motion as Lee watched Izuku rush over to Carly, allowing him to head after Doug. As Izuku grabbed a mag from Carly's purse and tossed it at her, she caught it and reloaded her magazine and shot the two walkers. With Lee, he had managed to pull Doug away from the walkers and the four of them rushed over to the office just as Kenny had arrived. "Let's go," Kenny called out. As everyone ran through the doorway, all that was left was Clementine, Izuku and Lee as they rushed over to the door. A walker had appeared out of nowhere as they grabbed Clementine's ankle, causing the girl to fall to the ground. Running as fast as he could, Izuku rushed over and kicked the walker's head as hard as he could before stabbing it in the head with the knife he'd gotten from Carly. Once the walker was dead, the trio ran towards the doorway as Izuku saw Larry walking back to it with a furious expression on his face. Just as Lee was about to enter the office, he saw Larry standing there holding the door open and knew he was going to try something. "You're not coming with us, you son of a bitch," Larry growled out before punching the man. "Lee," Izuku screamed, gaining Kenny's attention. Larry walked out of the doorway and towards the vehicles as Izuku ran towards Lee. Helping the man up, they both stumbled out of the drugstore as Izuku closed the door behind them both. Kenny assisted Izuku in getting Lee into the back of his truck before saying one last thing to the two of them. "I'm not letting somebody else get eaten today, especially a good friend," Kenny said, as he pushed Lee into the back of his truck with Izuku jumping into the backseat as Clementine hugged Lee. It was an hour later after the drugstore was invaded by the walkers. Everyone was clearing out the inn from the walkers who were laying about as well as the new ones that they'd all killed. Moving the garbage bins over to the entrances of the motor inn, they had the slopes of the bins pointed inward so that it'd be easy to get in and out of the place. Lee walked around the place talking to people as Izuku sat next to Clementine and Duck as the boy was telling Clem about a comic he'd read one time. Izuku was smiling at the boy as he patted the boy's shoulder, allowing Lee to speak to the two of them without the boy interrupting. Izuku did notice that whilst Lee was walking over to the two of them, that Larry was openly glaring at the man with seemingly hatred in his eyes. Shaking his head at the elderly man's antics, Izuku focused his attention at the man who was protecting Clementine and him somewhat. "Hey Duck, you wanna cool it for a minute?" Lee asked, as Duck apologized. "Okay, sorry," he said, reasonably. "I'm sorry there's not a lot of kids here," Lee said, as Izuku shook his head. "No, it's not that. I got grabbed again," Clementine said, a little sad. "I was there though," Lee said, trying to console her. "I fell, and my walkie-talkie broke. Glenn had the other one," Clementine said, as Izuku felt really bad for her. "Ah, I'm sorry," Lee said, apologizing. "Thanks. I know I need to be tough, I'm just sad," Clementine said, looking down. "I know it doesn't make any sense. But it's how I used to talk to my mom and dad and now they're gone." "It's gone," Clementine said, tears falling from her eyes. "Maybe we can find you another one," Lee asked, trying to lift her spirits. "I'll just keep this one, I guess," Clem said, settling on the one with more sentimental value. "Don't worry Clementine, I'm sure that we can fix it," Izuku said, as Clem smiled at him sadly. "Lee, come here for a second," Larry's voice called out. "Let me go deal with this," Lee said, as Izuku followed after him. As Clementine nodded at the two of them, Duck came back and started to talk about his comic books again. Izuku chuckled a little bit when hearing the boy rattle on and on about his little comics. It reminded Izuku about the life he used to live back in his world. The world that was filled with superpowers, not only that, but how he had his last conversation with All Might in his world. Shaking his head as a stray tear fell from his eye, he focused his thoughts on what Larry was going to tell Lee. His opinion of Larry had definitely changed ever since he tried to get Lee killed back at the drugstore, so his emotions were locked tight when he stopped next to Lee. "What do you want?" Lee questioned, a glare on his face pointed at Larry. "You like my daughter?" he questioned, and Izuku looked downright confused. "Her dad tried to kill me, so," Lee said, looking back at the man. "Well, he did that because he knows that Lee Everett is a convicted murderer. And so, will everyone else if you go near her. You hear me?" Larry said, threatening Lee. "I know who you are, and I don't give a shit about what happens to you," Larry said, poking Lee in the chest before continuing. "But if anything happens to my daughter, or that little girl you've got with you, hey, you watch your ass," Larry said, as Izuku spoke up. "Well, then it'd be better that we tell everyone that you tried to kill him back at the drugstore then," Izuku asked, causing Larry to glare down at him. "What are you going to do?" "Nobody's going to believe you," Larry said, as Izuku spoke up again. "I may not be someone who is really well known within this group, but at least Lee managed to save your people. Not only that, but when we were in the drugstore, we prevented Carly and Doug from being killed." "Where in the hell were you?" Izuku questioned, glaring back at the man. "You think that you can tell me, little brat?" Larry growled. "Careful, Larry, make sure that you keep your activity low. Don't want you to have another heart attack, don't we?" Izuku threatened, walking away with Lee behind him. As Izuku left Lee alone, Lily called Lee over to herself as the two walked out to the street. Izuku kept a very close eye on him and Lily as he watched Larry glare over at the colored man with a deep-seated hatred in his eyes. As the two talked, Kenny walked over to them before speaking to them as well, and from what it seemed like Lily made an optimistic statement. Before all the lights in the area began to turn off down the road. It continued further on until it reached the Motor Inn as the sign had suddenly turned off, taking away all signs of light from the building. Izuku suddenly became wary as soon as the lights turned off, because walkers could now sneak up on them without the light on. Because of this, everyone immediately set up the base and turned in for the night in one of the inn's rooms. Izuku had a room of his own because he didn't wish to be in the same room as everyone else, and he really wanted to have some time to think to himself. Izuku wakes up. He looks around his room as he lets out a yawn. Walking outside of the small room he was given by Lily, he enters the parking lot as he moves over to the little campfire that was made. He finds everyone looking at it with something akin to want, before he looks over at Lee and Kenny as they walk outside of the walls that surround them. He was bringing the new guy from a few weeks back as he entered the forest with them as they searched for game. It had been 2 whole months since they had moved into the Motor Inn, and Izuku was going on runs into Macon whilst Lee and Kenny left the place for collecting game. 6. Kenny had been telling Lee about how they needed to leave before winter showed up. Izuku knew for a fact that the Motor Inn wouldn't last much longer than it had now. So he was gathering all the supplies he could so that they could last until they were going to be forced to leave. Lily, however, had been wanting to make the Motor Inn a small place where they could live, even though they didn't have anything to grow their own crops or have a small farm of their own. Shaking his head at the thought of leaving, he walked over to Lily's room as he wanted to see what she wanted him to gather this time. "So, where are you sending me today?" Izuku asked, as Lily stared at him. "I need you to go into Macon and gather some more blankets as well as food. We're running low now that Mark had given us all of his food and supplies," Lily said, as Izuku nodded. "I might not be able to gather everything again, the walkers are sticking around the city more so than last time," Izuku said, as Lily glared at him. "What are you afraid of being killed?" she asked, as Izuku just gave her an unimpressed expression. "Lily, it's only a matter of time before I make a mistake and get myself bitten. I'm done with you sending me out on these little suicide missions to gather supplies. I know that you're trying to thin out our small group," Izuku said, folding his arms on one another. "What, you think that I am purposefully trying to get you killed?" Lily accused. "That's exactly what's happening, Lily. Every time I head out to Macon, I put myself on the line for each and every item that I come across. One of these days I won't come back," Izuku said, glaring at her. Lily just watched as Izuku left the room as he went into the parking lot where Katya and Clementine were listening to Duck. Moving over to the trio, he sat down on the couch as the bags under his eyes showed how much sleep he'd been getting. Katya looked over at him, noticing the bags under his eyes as she gave him a small checkup. You haven't been sleeping lately. What's wrong? Katya asked. It's Lily. She keeps sending me out on missions into Macon whilst Lee, Kenny and Mark are gone. I swear it's like she is trying to get me killed to save food for both her and her father. Izuku growled under his breath. She's just trying to look out for her father, dear. I know that she doesn't show a keen sign of care towards you, but you just need to adapt to how she acts around you. Katya said. I know that, but the problem I'm having is that, she thinks that I'm going out there to collect supplies. All I've ever come back with were stupid things that she hides in her room. Izuku muttered. Don't worry about her, you told her that you're going to stop those runs, right? Katya asked. Yeah, she wasn't happy about my talking back to her. Izuku said, letting out a sigh. Katya watched as Izuku's eyes fluttered a little bit before they closed for a millisecond. But moments later they opened back up as if he was forcing himself to stay awake as she just sighed. Just get some sleep. We'll inform you about whatever's happening. Katya said, as Izuku nodded. I hope you get better. Clementine's voice called out, as Izuku waved at her. It wasn't until around a few hours later that Izuku woke up again from his nap as he heard the sounds of talking outside his room. Opening the door, he found Lee was talking to Carly as they spoke about his past, and it seemed as though they were having a very thorough discussion. Walking out of his room, he sat down on the edge of the railing as Lee took notice of him. Hey kid, what's wrong? I heard that Katya told you to get some sleep. Lee asked. Lily's wanting me to collect some more blankets and supplies from Macon again. I told her that I'm stopping myself doing that, because the last time I went to Macon I was nearly bitten by a walker who got the jump on me. Izuku said, as Lee sighed. I swear I tell her every time that Macon is losing the safety it used to have. Me, Carly, Mark and Ben are going to see what this new guy told us about a farm. You want to come with? Lee asked. Farm? What are you talking about? Izuku asked, curious. These two new guys showed up not too long ago. We are planning on heading out to see what's up with the place they've got. Was wondering if you'd like to come with us. Lee said, as Izuku nodded. So long as it gets me away from Lily, then I am all game for that, Lee. Izuku said, moving into his room to get prepared. We'll be outside the walls if you can't find us. Lee said, as Izuku gave a grunt of acknowledgement from inside his room. Heading towards the walls, Izuku was stopped by Lily, who was glaring at him before she walked away. Shaking his head at how she was looking like she wanted to kill him for talking back to her, he exited the gates before he heard her mutter something under her breath. Good riddance. Now I don't need to deal with his back talk. Lily muttered as she walked away from the gate. You know, Lily, I can hear you. Izuku said, as the woman growled at him. It was meant to be heard by you. She growled. I don't know what you have against me being in the group. I've literally done nothing to you, Lily. Ever since we first got here, you've had it out for me, and I'm sick and tired of it. Just leave me the hell alone and I won't get in your way. Izuku said, gaining Lee's attention. Hey, stop fighting. We need to go, Lee said, as Izuku nodded. Sorry Lee, I heard Lily talk about me in a not very nice way. Izuku said, as Lee sighed. Come on, we need to see if Danny and Andy are waiting for us. Lee said, as he led Izuku down the road. As it turned out, the two farm men were waiting for them as both Carly and Ben stared at the two in confusion. Once Lee told them both about what happened, Ben just sighed before walking to catch up with the farm men. Izuku kept himself near Lee and Carly since he didn't fully trust Ben, considering the young man was just brought into the group whilst he was sleeping. Danny and Andy were talking to Lee and Carly about their lives before the apocalypse as they spoke about how their mother would be expecting visitors. Izuku, however, kept an eye on their surroundings. He didn't want to be caught by a walker unawares. They were now walking down a path through the woods as the two farm men were talking about their past before the apocalypse. Apparently, they had been nominees for their farm being the best in the state of Georgia in the past, and they were really happy that their farm lasted as long as it did. As they defended it with electric fences as well as a generator that controlled the electricity itself. Izuku was impressed with their ingenuity with using a generator to power some fences with enough electricity to burn walkers to death. But he figured out one thing that they kept talking about: their generator relied heavily on gas in order to power it. If it ran out of gas or popped a bolt or belt, it wouldn't be capable of being used and the farm would be overrun. "So, this dairy, you guys really have food?" Mark asked, as the dairymen smiled. "Sure do. We lost most of the cattle, but we still have lots of milk, butter and cheese stocked up," Andy said, as the group walked down the path further. "And with the vegetables we grow, we got plenty of food," Danny said, as Izuku followed Lee and Carly from the back. "It's nice to get away from that motel for a while. This Lily Kenny thing is starting to get ridiculous," Carly said, as Izuku spoke up. "You can say that again. I don't even know what I did to her to make her hate me so much. But she's been a real B-word to me lately. More so when I stopped going out on runs for her," Izuku said, as Carly stared at him. "So that's where you've been lately? God damn it. We already told her that we shouldn't be putting the younger people out on runs," Carly growled before looking at Lee. "Personally, I'd like it if you started to take charge more," Carly said, as Lee retorted. "You think they'd want me for a leader?" Lee asked, concerned. "Sure, everybody looks up to you," Carly said, smiling. "Well, not everyone thinks I'm so trustworthy," Lee said, looking serious. "This is about Larry, isn't it?" Izuku asked, as the man nodded. "Because of your past, does anyone else know?" Carly asked. "Larry knows," Lee said, his voice even. "Great, that can't be easy," Carly said, as Izuku spoke up. "I may not know how he feels, but at least I can feel similarly since Lily looks at me like I killed her unborn child," Izuku uttered out as Carly giggled. "Clementine knows, but that was probably because you brought it up at the drugstore. She asked me about it, I couldn't lie to her." Lee spoke up again. "What exactly did happen with the senator?" Carly asked, curiously. "It was an accident. I mean, I pretty much already knew about the affair. Sometimes I wonder if I should talk to the group about it," Lee said, looking ahead. "You don't have to. Whatever happened before things went to hell doesn't matter anymore," Carly said, as Lee retorted. "Not sure everyone would see it that way," Lee said, with a sad expression. "Maybe you're right. Listen, over the years I've reported on some pretty messed up shit. I've seen situations like yours 100 times. It doesn't have to make you a bad man," Carly said. "I really appreciate that," Lee said, a little happier. "I mean, thank God Lee showed up when he did, right Lee?" Mark's voice called out from in front of them. "Yeah, why don't you tell us more about yourself, Lee?" Andy said, as he looked behind himself. "Where are you from?" Danny asked, giving a smile. "I grew up in Macon," Lee said, as Andy spoke up. "Right in the heart of Georgia." "That's what I like to hear," the man said, with a chuckle. "Y'all seem pretty settled in for yourselves at that motor inn. Who's running things over there?" Andy asked, as Izuku became somewhat suspicious about their questions. "We work as a group, all of us looking out for each other," Lee said, not wanting to talk about their leadership issues. "I hear that. There are so many dumbasses out there fighting each other these days, it's just stupid," Andy said, as Danny was shown looking ahead. "How many people you got over there, anyway?" Danny asked, looking at Lee. Now Izuku was downright extremely suspicious as he looked at Carly as the older woman just kept walking ahead of him. Tapping on her sleeve, she looked down to him and noticed his suspicious expression on his face as he glared at the two men from this supposed St. John dairy. "Is something wrong?" she asked. "They're asking us far too many questions about us. We haven't even asked them about their place. Who knows whether or not they're allies or enemies?" Izuku said, as Carly nodded her head. "So you are trying to make sure that some of us are prepared for if things go wrong with this family?" Carly asked, as Izuku nodded. "We don't know them, but the fact that they found the inn means that they weren't that far away from the motor inn. It seems as though they have their eyes on it," Izuku muttered. "I can't see how that pertains to their actions towards us," Carly said, looking a little skeptical of Izuku's suspiciousness. "Just listen to the way they ask Lee and the others about the group. You'll see what I mean," Izuku said, as they listened further. "Enough to defend ourselves," Lee said, looking at Danny now. "Well, that's good. It's getting dangerous out there, well you guys know," Andy said, as he gave a grim expression. "Welp, we'd love to get you all out to the dairy, like I said," We got plenty of food and quite frankly we could always use a helping hand. Andy continued. In the summers, I used to help out on a goat farm, Ben said, as Danny replied to Ben's comment. Yeah, that's great. Everything helps, Danny said, as Izuku looked at Carly. See what I mean? Izuku whispered. I don't really see it, but I'll keep an eye out for anything suspicious about their words, Carly said, as they continued. Mama's been running the dairy for about as long as I can remember, but now it's, Andy said, before a new voice called out from the forest. You think you're gonna kick me out of this? The voice called out angrily. Shit. Get down, Andy said, as everyone crouched down to get out of sight. No one's trying to cut you out of anything, the bandit said, as they talked to one another. You and Gary are always bumming the shit. The bandits continued arguing as Danny spoke up. Damn bandits. He growled quietly. Who? Lee asked. Those look like the people who raided my camp, Ben said, words. Somewhat scared. You're the one who's always pissing on everything. The bandits continued to argue in the background. Who are they? Lee asked. Shish, Andy said, as the bandits' voices came back into hearing range. Fuck you. You knew we were hungry. Fucking assholes are what they are, Andy said, whispering. There's only 2 of them, Carly said, holding her gun. Oh no, there's plenty more of them, Danny said, as the 2 bandits argued in the background even more. What are you gonna fucking do about it? The second bandit questioned the first. Don't worry, Danny and I got you guys covered if something happens. But let's just wait this out, hope they move on, Andy said, as they all watched the interaction as the first bandit kicked the second one backwards. Fuck you, bang, bang, fuck you, bang, the bandit said, shooting the dead corpse of his ally. Jesus, Carly whispered watching from behind a tree. Asshole, the bandit said, walking back into the woods. The world out here has gone to shit. Come on, let's get you to the dairy where we know it's safe, Andy said, as they all stood up and left. Izuku however walked over to the bandit whilst everyone wasn't watching as he picked up a gun from the bandit's body. Looking over the small firearm, he put it in his pants with the safety on pointing downward as he covered it up with his shirt. Walking over to the group he found that they were a bit of a ways away before he switched the gun's placement with his hip before catching up with them. If they were going to continue being suspicious, then he was going to make sure that he was prepared for if they attacked the group. He was already suspicious of their kind behavior to them all. Nobody's this nice in the apocalypse. He's already dealt with people who hide their real personalities behind a mask before, and he could easily see it from a mile away. It didn't matter if he was in a new world or not, he could see someone wearing a mask over their expression faster than anyone. How, you may ask? Because he did the same thing to his own mother for over 10 long years. He knows someone is wearing a mask over themselves when he had done it for over a decade. After the entire group had arrived at the farm, they saw all the land belonging to the St. John's as they moved towards the front gates. Izuku was keeping an eye out for people who could be threats as Carly and Lee talked to one another. Izuku kept a close eye on Danny and Andy as they were talking about how nobody comes to the farm anymore. Not since they lost a couple of farm hands who used to work for them in the past at the start of this whole walker infestation. But before he could think about anything that could incriminate the St. John's even further than how they acted, a very large woman had showed up. I thought I saw y'all with company coming down the drive, a woman said, in a thick southern accent. Guys, this is our mama, Andy said, as Izuku stared at the woman. I'm Brenda Street John and welcome to the St. John Dairy, Brenda said, introducing herself. This here's Lee. He's from Macon, Andy said, introducing Lee to the woman. A couple of our farm hands were from Macon. They grow 'em good there, Brenda said, causing Izuku to become suspicious of her wording. They got a few more friends staying at the old motel, Danny explained as the woman looked at them with something akin to mock concern. Oh, my goodness, that place is pretty vulnerable. Have you got someone with survival experience to lead your group? Brenda asked, curiously. We all work together. Plus they got plenty of people with military experience, Lee said, as Brenda nodded. Well, that's good to hear. That motel ain't the safest place, Brenda explained. Now that y'all are here, we'll make sure you're safe and comfortable. Brenda continued. Does that offer apply to the rest of us? Lee questioned, looking concerned. We're all incredibly hungry. Carly said, further informing Brenda about their food situation. These are for y'all. Baked fresh this morning, Brenda said, handing over a basket of biscuits. Amazing. Carly said, staring at the food. Can't get stuff like that anymore, not without a cow for milk and butter, that's for sure. Danny said, further inciting the group to wish to stay with them. That's right. Hopefully Maybelle will make it through this bout of whatever she's got and be with us for a good long while. Brenda said, worriedly. Your cow is sick. What's she? Lee went to ask before being interrupted. We have a vet. We could bring her here. We can help your folks out. Mark said, as Izuku just stared at the man like he was an idiot. A vet? Oh, my, our prayers have been answered, Brenda celebrated through words. Maybe our whole group could come. For the day. Mark said, further trying to allow everyone to come here. Well, how about this? Y'all go bring your veterinary friend. And I will prepare some dinner. A big feast for all you hungry souls. Brenda suggested as she continued. It'll be nice to have some folks to help out around again. Danny, why don't you help me out in the kitchen? Brenda said, as Danny followed after her with a nod. Why don't I head back with the food and round up everyone for the trip back here? Carly suggested. You might want to bring someone with you. Remember, those roads can be dangerous. Andy said, as Carly retorted whilst showing her weapon. I can handle myself, she said, as Mark gave her a rifle. Here, take this. Why don't you go ahead and take Ben along anyway? Mark said, as Carly nodded. Take care of yourself, Lee. See ya in a while, Carly said, walking back to the motor inn with Ben. Izuku inspected the entire farm from where he stood. It was a really big plot of land, although that brought the fence that surrounded the entire place as he stared at the multiple dead bodies on it. He looked over at a small generator that sat near the fence itself as he walked over to it, gaining Andy's attention as the man walked over. Inspecting the farm? Don't worry about the place. We're as safe as can be so long as the fence is filled with electricity. Andy said, as Izuku shook his head. It's not that I don't think this place is safe, I just want to make sure that it's childproof. Children can do many stupid things, Izuku said, lying through his teeth. Yeah, you can say that again. Me and Danny used to do many stupid things in our youth, probably around your age. What was your name again? Andy questioned with a smile. The name's Midoriya. I came to America about 1.5 years ago to learn from the States, but I was visiting the suburbs of Atlanta before finding Lee and the others. Izuku said, as Andy nodded. Ah, so you're someone from outside the country. How's the country you came from? Andy asked. I'd rather not talk about it, Izuku said, looking away, rubbing his arm. As soon as Andy left Izuku alone, he walked over to Lee and Mark as the two were inspecting the yard of the farm. They were talking to one another about the place as it seemed truly safe from the world outside of the electric fence. But as soon as Andy was walking over to them both, they stopped their conversation as Izuku paid very close attention to the generator. Mark, Lee, why don't you take a look around? Once you get settled in, I could use some help securing the perimeter. Andy said, as Lee and Mark agreed. Is there a problem? Lee asked, curious. Sometimes, the dead get tangled up in the fence before they fry and end up knocking over a post. It'd be a big help if you two could walk the perimeter. Andy explained. You can learn a little something about our fence. I'm gonna go top off the generator before they run dry. Come get me when you're ready. Andy continued before walking away. You betcha, Mark said. This place is incredible. It's got food, and that fence. Oh man, that fence. If we play our cards right, this might turn out to be a place we can stay. So, how do you want to play this? Mark asked Lee as Izuku walked up. Before we can think about bringing our whole group here to stay, we need to figure out if this place is as safe as they say. Lee replied as Mark nodded. Right. Obviously, they think it's safe, but is it safe for the kids? I noticed a broken swing over there. Not a big deal, but maybe there's other things not working that we just can't see yet. Mark said, as Lee continued. Then checking the fence perimeter sounds like a decent way to get a good look at their defenses. Lee said, as Izuku spoke up. What do you want me to do, Lee? Izuku asked, as the man looked at him. I thought you went back to the motor inn with Carly. Lee said, a little surprised. I won't leave you two all alone here. I don't trust the St. John's. They have masks over their expressions. Izuku said, catching Mark's attention. What do you mean, masks? Mark questioned. The way they act is far too kind for a normal farm in the middle of the apocalypse. Lee was very lucky to have met Hershel a few months ago, but finding another farm family that is just as kind. I don't trust that. Izuku said, as Mark looked to Lee. I mean, he makes a fine point, Mark. Lee said, as Mark shook his head. Are you always going to be distrusting to others? Mark asked, as Izuku just glared at him. I don't trust people because of how I was raised. The moment I see someone acting kind towards us, I will make sure that they have a reason to be kind. People have used kindness to screw with me before this whole mess started. I will not be trusting of some happy smiles and kind words. Izuku spoke angrily. Okay, but I am putting at least some trust into them. It pays to be optimistic than it does to be pessimistic. Mark said, walking away as Lee looked at Izuku. Any other reasons as to why you think that the St. John's are not nice and or kind? Lee asked. Well, I noticed a certain certificate on the wall outside their house. Izuku said, pulling out the certificate. Lee looked at it closely before noticing the date on the certificate itself. It was an award for being a great farm, and apparently, they hadn't earned a new one before this ever since 1993. As Lee stared at it for a bit longer, he looked to Izuku with a confused expression before asking him the question on his mind. Is there any reason as to why you're showing me this? Lee asked. Lee, have you heard of the game Mortal Kombat? Izuku asked. Well, yeah, but I don't see why that is a problem. Lee said, as Izuku sighed. Lee, what year is it? Izuku asked, as Lee spoke again, if I remember correctly. Around 2012? Lee said, in a questionary manner. Lee, it hasn't won an award since Mortal Kombat 2 was released. Izuku said, as the man went to make a retort before sighing. I guess you're right, but what are you implying about the farm because of an award? Maybe they just didn't get an award since they never went to the area to get said award? Lee said, trying to be optimistic. Lee, if someone doesn't bother to collect a new award, that means that they decided to allow their farm to lose its standing with all other farms in the known area. The place since 1993 had probably become a terrible place since then. Izuku reasoned. Oh, all right. You win. What do you suggest we do? Lee said, looking at him. I say we collect our food and just never return. Have Katya fix their cow and just be done with the place. I don't trust them to give me the correct food, Lee. And I certainly do not think that they are nice people to want to hand out food during an apocalypse where most of humanity has gone missing or are dead. Let's not forget to mention the fact that meat products are going bad through the people dying before they can even take care of the meat properly. Izuku said, walking away from the man. Lee walked over to Andy St. John as the man was seemingly working on the small generator. As he looked over it, he watched as the man worked hard on it just to make sure it was in fine working condition. As Lee was looking over the machine, Andy looked up at him with a smile before initiating conversation with the man. Hi. Andy said, standing up. Hi. Lee replied. Well, I'm glad you guys decided to help us out. I noticed back at the motel that you folks are pretty well armed. You been stockpiling, huh? Andy questioned. We've scraped together a good supply in the last few months. How about yourselves? What kind of protection do you have around here? Lee asked, a little worried. We've collected a few guns to protect ourselves, but we really only use them when we go off the property. When we're inside the perimeter, the fence is all we need to keep us safe. Andy said, with a smile. An electric fence is enough to keep out the walkers? Lee asked, a little bewildered. Walkers? Is that what you call them? That's good. The old one wouldn't have, but Mac, he was our foreman. He figured out how to amp it up with the generators. We used to sit out here some nights and watch the sons o' bitches sizzle and pop when they got too close. Closest thing to entertainment these days, I guess. Andy said, as Lee was surprised by that information. These generators are enough to power the whole dairy. Lee asked, a little confused. We got lots, and we gotta keep trading for fuel as much as we can. But they all work together to do the trick. Like us, Andy said, pointing out the obvious. We can't be the first people you've invited up to the dairy. Lee said, knowing that they couldn't have been the first people the Saint Johns have ever met. Well, no, we've made similar deals with other folks, trading for gas and food, but ultimately, they moved on, looking for the people they lost contact with. Andy said, as Lee nodded, accepting the information. Mark and I can help you with that perimeter, now, Lee said, as Mark walked up behind him. Oh, good. The fence stops a walker in about 3 or 4 seconds but gets overloaded if we leave the husks out there, Andy said, as Lee pointed out an obvious answer to Andy's problem. You know, Mark and I can clear the fence ourselves if you want to stay here and finish up with the generators, Lee suggested. Well, that'd be great. I'll turn off the northwest section, and if you guys could strip them off and look for any weak points, that'd be a big help, Andy said, as Lee and Mark gave a reply. Sounds easy enough, Lee retorted. Stay attentive, you never know, Andy said, the overbearing feeling of the bandits hanging above them, and with a nod the two men leave Andy alone to the generator. Lee and Mark were seen walking the perimeter of the St. John dairy as they looked after the fence. They had taken down multiple walkers who were hanging on the fence and pushed them off many times over. They could see Izuku off in the distance talking with Andy before they entered a conversation of their own, although they were taking in the view of the farm from where they were at as they moved down, searching for more walker husks hanging on the fence. So how's the place looking? Is it safe enough for us to stay? If we can, Mark asked. Yeah, it's pretty amazing what they've done with this dairy. But let's see what it takes to secure this fence before drawing any conclusions, Lee said, staying neutral in his wording. I can't wait until everyone's out here. Everyone besides Larry, Mark said, ending his sentence on the elderly man. Why the hell did you have to tell him I thought he's a racist? As if tensions weren't high enough, Lee angrily questioned. Sorry man. It just popped out, Mark said, feeling guilty now. That guy's a piece of shit anyway, Lee said, angrily. Relax, you're not making things any better ruling him up, Mark said, as they continued walking. Moving further up the road, they find a walker who was laying over the fence as a crow ate from its corpse. It was a disturbing sight to see for the two men, finding the scavenger eating from a walker and wondering if the animals of this world could become walkers as well. It'd be a hard enemy to fight if crows were somehow able to become undead and attack them from above. One scratch or peck from them and your life would be over. There's one, Mark said, as the two approached. You, Mark said, feeling disgusted as Lee kicked its leg. Lee, it's dead, Mark said, a little bluntly. Come on, let's push it off, Lee said, as he saw the arrow on the walker's neck. Maybe the St. John boys were using this guy for target practice? Lee quipped. Poor guy, Mark said. I don't know what got him first, the arrow or the fence. Either way, I hope he was already dead, Lee said, before looking at the fence. Andy said, when this fence is working, the walkers go up like a tree branch on a power line. If those lights are off, that means the fence is off, right? Mark asked. It'd better be, Lee said, as he looked at the walker again. Who do you think he was? Mark asked again. Maybe a farmhand. I dunno. I hope he wasn't like this long before the fence finished him off, Lee said, looking sad for the walker. Yeah, Mark replied as Lee pulled out the arrow and pushed the walker off the fence. Let's go, there's still a few more, Lee said as the two walked off. Once this fence is patched up, this place'll be like a fortress. God, can you imagine not having to worry about the walkers anymore? Mark asked, excited. It's useless without gas. We might need food, but the St. Johns need gas too, Lee retorted. Not many drivers these days, Lee, Mark said, in his argument. We could scrounge up a year's worth of gas, easy. So, what's your take on the brothers? They seem to have this place tied down pretty well, Mark asked, curious. We've got enough people to take this place by force, if we have to, Lee said, as he gave a determined expression. Sheesh, Lee, you sound like Kenny, Mark said, unknowingly dissing Kenny. They continued walking down the outer rim of the fence before finding another hanging over the fence, causing it to seemingly be hanging inward. Moving up towards the walker, they pushed the fence upward before chopping off the walker's hands as it fell backwards onto the ground, leaving the hands on the barbed wire fencing. Never get used to the smell, do ya? Mark quipped. Haha, nope. Lee retorted as they moved on. Christ, I can't stop thinking about dinner. Thanks for the rations earlier, it's not easy eating in front of the kids, but it's all that's keeping me on my feet right now. Mark said, complaining a little. I'm hungry too, Mark. Lee said, agreeing with the man. Do you think they're gonna be good for it? Dinner for a whole group of people? Mark asked, curiously. If they've got as much food as they say, I think so. Lee said, as they found another walker. The walker was near a small still as the fencing was hanging outside of the inner limits of the dairy. Come on, I think I see where they're getting in. This one must have knocked it over trying to get through, Mark said, walking through the barbed fence. He's tangled up in there pretty good. Come on, help me get this thing back in place so we can get Mr. Crispy off of here. Mark said, as Lee spoke up. I think we'd get better leverage from other side. Lee said, as Mark replied. Good idea. As soon as Lee made it to the outer part of the fence, the outer layer of the dairy's territory, he picked up the post with Mark. As soon as they got it standing upright, they were clearing their hands from the dirt when the fence started up with the lights on. The walker still connected to the fence had begun to be electrocuted even though it was already long dead. Holy fuck, what just happened? Mark called out surprised. The fences are on, Lee said, surprised as well. Why the hell would he turn the fence on? He knows we're out here. Mark called out just as confused. And with that sentence stated, just before Lee could give a reply. The sound of something flying through the air gathered their attention, and before Mark could turn around to see what was going on, something smacked right into his right shoulder. Looking closer from Lee's perspective, it was an arrow that came from the woods behind them both. Ah, Mark cried out in surprise. Izuku was currently walking around the other edge of the farm as he kept an eye out for any walkers that might sneak up on the farm. He was also keeping an eye out for the rest of the group from the motor inn so that he could inform them about the situation at hand. To think that he was delegated to be a lookout for the St. John family was very devaluing to him. Shaking his head at the thought, he turned around and made his way back to the farm as he thought about how he should complete his research on the family. He knew that there was definitely something wrong with the place, considering they've never gotten a certificate for having a great farm ever since the early 1990s. Ah, Mark's voice cried out as Izuku came closer to where Lee and Mark were located. What in the world? Izuku muttered. He ran over to another opening in the gate as he saw Mark and Lee rushing over to where they would be rushing up from. And as soon as Mark entered his view, Izuku pulled out some bandages and suture equipment as he rushed over to the two men. As soon as Mark was within view, Izuku made sure that the young man was on the ground kneeling as he immediately got right to work. Pulling out the arrow from the man's back, he pulled out the needle and thread from his pocket as he started to sew his back together. Can you two tell me what in the world happened out there? Izuku asked, bewildered. Mark got shot with an arrow. Lee said, as Izuku gave a deadpan sigh. I meant what happened outside the fence. Izuku said, as Lee told him what happened. So you're telling me that in the time that I took my eyes off of him he turned on the fence and nearly got you and Mark killed? Izuku asked, as Lee nodded. Okay, they are definitely trying to do something with one of you. The fact that Mark was hurt means that this was part of their plan. Just act as though you don't suspect them of anything. Izuku said, as the two saw Andy rushing over. Sure thing, Lee retorted as Andy spoke up. What in the hell happened? Andy asked, sounding shocked. Mark got shot with an arrow. I thought that we'd be safe out there, and why did you turn on the fence? We weren't back behind it. Lee questioned. I saw your arms hanging in the air from afar. I thought you were giving me the go-ahead to turn the fence on. I'm really sorry, Andy said, sounding slightly guilty. As they were discussing what had happened, the rest of the group from the motor inn had decided now was a good time to show up. And as soon as they were entering the area where the farm was located, they saw Mark on the ground in pain as he was being bandaged by Izuku. Kenny, however, took note of how Izuku had finished stitching Mark up and covered the man's back with bandages. Mark, oh my god, Katya called out. Jesus, Mark, what happened? Question mark quote. Lily asked, are you going to be alright? Kenny asked. I'm going to be fine. Just need to rest for a bit. Mark said, as Izuku looked at the others. He was shot by one of the bandits in the forest most likely. We came across them on our way to the farm earlier today. I stitched his wound up as best as I could before bandaging it. I couldn't clean it with anything since I didn't have any hydrogen peroxide. Izuku said, as everyone nodded. Oh my, you're hurt. Let me bring you inside to rest up. The saint, John's mother said, as she helped Mark up the stairs to the building. That was some excellent work on bandaging him up, especially with your suture skills. Had to do that before? Kenny asked Izuku once they were as far away from everyone. You don't live in a world where everyone hates your mere existence without learning a few tricks. Izuku said, grimacing. Don't worry kid, we'll make sure that you don't need to worry about that kind of thing for a long while. Kenny said, patting his shoulder. After a few hours of staying on the farm, Izuku started to get antsy as he looked around the place once again, gaining the attention of Andy. Looking behind himself at how the man was making his way over to him, Izuku just looked up at him when the man walked up to him. Andy opened his mouth to say something before he sighed and took a deep breath to look into Izuku's emerald iris. I know that you don't trust everyone here, but I just want you to know that I really am sorry about what happened to your friend. It was never my intention to have one of your people get hurt. Andy said, as Izuku looked at him with a deadpan expression. I am not the leader of the group, you should be telling that to either Lee, Lily or Kenny. I'm just someone that Lily hates for no good reason, and Lee made sure that me and Clementine survive out here. Izuku said, walking away from the man. Hey, Izuku, come here for a moment. Lee said, as Izuku walked over to the man. Izuku arrived at an old tree that held a swing on it as Izuku looked up at the much taller man. Taking a deep breath, he saw that Lee was holding a rifle on his back as Izuku tilted his head at the action. Lee nodded over towards Danny who was waiting near the gate as Izuku knew what the man would be asking. Nodding at Lee as if to tell him to head out and that he'll keep an eye on Clementine, Lee walked over to the gate. Thanks for looking after Clementine. I will make sure to find something to get you at some point. Lee said, as Izuku happily nodded. Just make sure that you return without getting hurt, you know how much Clementine looks up to you Lee. Izuku said, as Lee patted his head. I still don't know how you are able to get your matted hair so soft. Lee said, as Izuku shook his head. Just head out already, we need to prepare for dinner. Not that I am all that thrilled about it. Izuku said, as Lee nodded before leaving. When Izuku watched as Lee walked away, he moved back over near Clementine as she was having fun using the swing. He had also taken a shift away from Kenny so that the man could spend time searching the place to make sure that it is as safe as Andy tells them. As Izuku was pushing Clementine and Duck on the swings, he couldn't help but think about the times when he was a kid. He smiled at the memories that he'd had about his life before coming here, about a time where he had no need to worry about bullies chasing him through the streets. Back when his old friend turned bully had been someone who he looked up to greatly, someone who he saw as an idol of victory. Shaking his head at the incoming thought, Izuku moved after pushing Clementine and Duck enough that they wanted to look at Maybelle the cow. Following the two towards the barn, Izuku was about to enter the place when a hand was placed over his mouth causing him to struggle as much as he could before he passed out. Although if he knew by the size of the hand that had been on his mouth, he knew for a fact that it was Andy since Lee and Danny hadn't returned yet. After a while of being unconscious, Izuku woke up in the middle of the room as he took in his surroundings. Hearing movement outside of the place he was hidden within, he started to look at the place he was placed inside of. Looking down at himself to make sure nothing happened to him, he let out a sigh of relief as he tried to find a way out of there. After a small while of not being able to escape from the area, he figured out that the way out was through the air vent that sent cool air into the room. He suddenly gained the thought that he was inside of a meat locker, and he heard the sounds of Lee talking to someone outside of the room. Rushing to the door of the room, he banged his hands on the door trying to gain the attention of Lee from inside. But it appeared as though it was soundproofed since he could gain the attention of Lee as the man had left. Sitting down on one of the salt licks in the locker, he tried to think of ways to escape the room without anyone knowing from the farm. He knew that everyone would be thinking about where he'd gone, so he needed to inform them about what happened as soon as he could. To think that he was taken advantage of when his guard was lowered even the slightest bit, he needed to be more productive when he was alone. He ended up falling asleep again in the room since there was literally nothing to do as he waited for everyone. He knew that if he fell asleep, they would have enough time to wait until they were attacked again. So when he woke up again, imagine his surprise when he found Andy tossing everyone into the room with an unconscious Lee in front of him. Everyone suddenly took notice of his presence as well as he rushed over to Lee in order to try and wake him up. That was when he heard Andy speak up. "I wouldn't have had to do this if you weren't so gung-ho about searching the place. We do what we need to in order to survive," Andy said, before slamming the door behind him shut. "What in the world just happened?" Izuku asked, as he looked at Clementine. "They tried to make us eat a human," Clementine said, stuttering a bit. "Well, the rest of us ate a human, god damn it. If it weren't for this unconscious bastard not moving fast enough," Larry said, as he kicked Lee's unconscious form. "Hey? ? What is your problem with him? He's literally done everything he could to make sure you survive," Izuku said, as Larry glared at him. "Says the one who has been causing my daughter issues," Larry said, poking Izuku in the chest. "Like what?" Izuku asked, giving the man a blunt expression. "Everything you've done so far in terms of siding with Kenneth and Lee. You all deserve each other," Larry said, as Izuku sighed. "Do you have anything that I can use to pull the screws on the air conditioner?" Izuku asked. "Like what?" Larry questioned a bit angrily. "Oh, I don't know, like some coins or a flat screwdriver," Izuku asked, as Clementine spoke up. "I don't have much, but I have a rock," she said, as Izuku shook his head. "I don't need a rock, Clem. I need something to unscrew some screws," Izuku said, softly as the girl nodded. "Oh, I have 60 cents on hand, now get us out of here," Larry said, as Izuku shook his head. Moving over to the wall, Izuku began the process of unscrewing the screws from their placement on the air conditioner. He was in the middle of trying to pull the air conditioner off its stand when Lee was waking up. And Larry was not helping things as he was slamming his fists on the door screaming for the people to let them out. Once it was taken off by Izuku and Kenny, Lee assisted them, and they all had decided to have Clementine open the door from the outside. After lifting Clementine up to the vent, Larry had ceased his attacks on the door before he sat down on one of the salt licks. He was panting heavily, as Izuku pulled out a stray nitroglycerin tablet he kept on himself at all times. "Here, take this. It will stop your heart attack from coming up," Izuku said, putting the pill in the man's hand. "You stole one of my pills?" ? He angrily asked. "It is going to save your life. I made sure to grab one of them from the last time I went to the drugstore if that's what you're asking," Izuku said, as Larry just gulped the pill down. "I may not like you, brat. But thank you," Larry said, as he tried to stand up. "Dad, you shouldn't be standing when you take your pills," Lily said, worrying over her father. "Don't worry about me, Lily, I'll be fine. Just make sure that we can get out of here," Larry said, as Lily looked down to Izuku. "Look, I'm sorry for treating you the way I have been. It's just becoming harder to live out here without supplies from Macon. Especially when you stop heading out there to collect supplies," Lily said, as Izuku shook his head. "It's fine, I wanted to keep myself safe and at least get some kind of rest. You had been keeping me out on supply runs for a long while before this happened," Izuku said, as they watched the door to the room be opened up. Clementine walked into the room finding Larry sitting on another pile of salt licks as she informed everyone of what was happening. Lee and Kenny left the room with Lily as they had moved through the barn collecting a weapon or two. As Lee and Kenny moved ahead of everyone, Izuku kept Clementine behind himself as he waited for Lee and Kenny to take care of the first threat to their plans. "Danny." The man seemed to be cleaning his rifle inside of the barn as he found out about Lee and Kenny's hiding spot as the two men fought Danny off. Once Lee and Kenny had the man stuck in a bear trap without a release latch, they took off, although Lee turned around and stabbed Danny through the chest with a pitchfork nearby. But there was one thing he couldn't get out of his head when he overheard Lee and Danny's conversation, and it greatly disturbed him. "Why, you get it now. You can have me," Danny said, almost as though he was getting off to the idea of being eaten alive. "Eating people is not the answer," Lee called out to the downed man. You can't kill me. I'm tainted meat. You'll get sick, Danny said, as Lee retorted to him. You're already sick, Lee said, stabbing the man through the chest, but not before some words from the cannibal. You ain't gonna kill me, Danny said, before he was pierced through the chest with the pitchfork. Ah, Kenny, help, KDJA's voice called out. Izuku followed Lee outside as he noticed Kenny looking around the place for Andy Street. John, moving to find Andy as well, Izuku followed after Kenny as Lee walked up to the building where Brenda Street. John was located with Katya. Izuku eventually found Andy as the man held Duck in his hand by the head with a rifle in his hand. Izuku slowly walked up behind the man before he turned around to see him standing there with an arm behind his back. Don't you fucking move, I know that you are wondering what is wrong, Andy said, as Izuku glared at him. Cannibalism. That is not the answer for solving the food issues, there's not enough of us already, Izuku said, trying to get the man to see reason. We had a good thing going here, why couldn't you just let us live in peace? All we wanted was just some gas, Andy said, hysterically. But hacking the legs off of Mark justifies your reasons for cannibalism. Izuku called out to the man. You wouldn't ever understand what it's like to live on this farm. You aren't a farm boy, Andy called out to him. No, but at least I know that I would never fall into becoming a cannibal to survive, Izuku growled out. Just as he was about to rush the man, a gunshot was heard in the area. Izuku looked at Andy before noticing that his rifle had smoke coming out of it. Looking down at his lower torso, he saw something that caused him to gain a fearful expression. His body had seemingly been shot, but he didn't know where. That was before he felt something horribly wrong with his stomach. Looking at his abdomen, he found that right in the middle where his abdomen and his abs met there was a hole there. Just underneath his heart. Placing a hand over the hole, he knelt to the ground as he tried his best to hold in a scream of pain and agony. But he couldn't. Og, Izuku screamed in agony as he fell to the ground. Laying on the ground, Izuku placed a hand over the now bleeding wound over his abdomen. He pulled his hand back to see the damage, and he sees a dangerous amount of blood flowing from his hand and pooling around the ground. He felt that nothing was wrong inside of his body, so that means that the shot didn't hit anything that was too important inside his body as a whole. Rolling over to his stomach, he tried to stand back up before a foot landed on his back, forcing him to the ground. He let out a grunt of pain as the Saint John above him just glared down at him with fury written in his eyes. Look at what you've done. All we wanted was some gas, and this is how you all thank us. Quote, Andy said, angrily. I didn't shoot AK kid. Izuku grunted as he coughed some blood onto the ground. What the hell is going on? Kenny's voice called out, finding the trio. So you've finally arrived. Stay away from me, you bastard, Andy said, as he pointed his gun away from Izuku and at Duck's face. You keep that fucking gun away from my boy, Kenny growled. Oh, so you don't want your son to be shot, but you haven't even noticed that another child has already been shot? Andy questioned, pointing the gun at Izuku. Damn it, Kenny growled as he stood still. At this point in time, Lee had finally arrived and found Izuku holding a wound closed on his lower abdomen. Looking at Andy with a fury written in his eyes, Lee walked over to where Kenny and Duck were as he stood next to the man. Andy then began to ramble on about how they wouldn't be in this situation if they hadn't just been suspicious and looked around the place. But Lee now walked over to the man as Kenny rushed at him in a way to try and overpower him, only to be shot in the hip. Lee then took that opportunity to tackle the man away from Izuku and Duck as they rolled around towards the electric fence. Izuku rolled to his stomach again as he pushed himself to stand up once again. He fell to the ground once before he was able to push himself up from the ground. Cough. We need to help Lee, Izuku muttered to Kenny as the man held his son. All right, just stay near me, kid, Kenny said, as he pulled out his sickle. All you needed to do was give us some gas and we would have left you folks alone. Now look at what you've done, Andy growled. This never would have happened if you all had just minded your damn business, Lee retorted as he sent a punch Andy's way. The two struggled with one another as Lee kicked the gun away from the man. But the strength of the two was apparent as Andy was gaining the upper hand very quickly, putting Lee on the back foot. Andy tackled Lee to the ground before they tumbled through a small fence, breaking it apart as they laid on the ground. Then it began to rain. Andy was quick to get up from the ground before sending a knee into Lee's nose, causing him to fall backwards. Andy walked over to him and grabbed the hem of his jacket before dragging him over to the electric fence. Putting Lee's hands behind his back, Andy began to push Lee over to the fence. Lee struggled to escape from this, but Andy pulled harder on his left arm and nearly dislocated his arm before pushing him forward. Lee took notice of Lily, Larry and Clementine exiting from the barn as they looked in his direction. Larry immediately took stock of the situation and rushed over, not really to save Lee, but to attack Andy with his superior muscle. When Larry was standing over Andy, the younger man just stared at him before Larry sent a powerful right hook into Andy's face. The man was knocked to the ground flat before he rolled out of the way from Larry, sending a kick his way. But that fight was immediately put to an end when Larry went for a few more swift strikes against Andy as the man dodged each strike. Then with a harsh kick, Larry was sent stumbling over to the electric fence before his back smacked right into it. Thousands of volts of electricity coursed through the man's body as it deep-fried both his body as well as internal organs, instantly killing the man. "Dodd," Lily called out, tears falling from her eyes. "So he was all talk. I can't believe that I was scared of him." Andy chuckled, before moving over to Lee. "You are not going to get away with that," Lee said, as Andy smirked at him. "I just did. What do you think will happen?" Andy questioned. "You will die here," Lee said, as he got into a fighting stance. Bang! All sound around the group were quiet as everyone looked at the hole in Andy's left leg as blood poured out of it. Looking over, they found Izuku holding the rifle that Andy had been holding earlier trembling in his arms. Andy let out a shrill scream of agony as he fell to the ground holding onto his left leg in pain before he looked at everyone with fury. "What the fuck? What the fuck is wrong with you people?" Andy called out. "It's over," Lee yelled. "It ain't over. Just wait until Mama and Danny get here. You'll all be fucked," Andy growled out. "They aren't coming," Lee said, growling back. What do you mean? What the fuck did you do?" Andy questioned, with confusion written on his face. "They're already dead," Lee said, as he turned to walk away. "Look, they're getting in," Clementine's voice called out. Off in the distance around the farm, walkers were climbing over the fence as the generator finally run out of gas. They began to make their way over towards the group where Andy was seen on his knees as he stared at the group as they began to make their way away. Even Larry's electrocuted body was reanimating from behind Andy as it slowly crawled over to the man. Izuku was prepared to fire another shot, but felt his legs tremble under his own weight as Lily rushed over and helped him. Looking at the woman, she had tears in her eyes, but she made sure to help him around, gaining KDJA's attention to help him out medically. "Get back here and finish this, Lee," Andy screamed, as Lee stared at him. "You're already dead," Lee stated before walking away with the rest of the group. As they left, there was a walker who resembled Brenda walking away from her house over to where Andy was last seen screaming in sadness. But that scream slowly turned into agony as the walkers around him had started to tear into his body to eat him. Walking down the path away from the farm, Izuku was seen being helped to walk around the place by Ben as the young man wanted to do something useful. Lee was talking to Kenny in the back as they talked about everything that happened at the farm. Izuku, however, was focused on his injury that he wanted to have treated back at the motor inn. Carly walked over to him to check on his bandages before she winced in sympathy for his injury. "Sorry that you had to get shot like that. How does it feel?" Carly questioned. "It feels as though I got hit by a truck," Izuku spoke, panting from his body's exhaustion of the day. "Well, we need to make sure that this wound doesn't get infected, even with the bandages. It will most definitely take a while to heal over. But it wouldn't take long for a young man like you," Carly said, smirking. "Try flirting with Lee," Izuku muttered with a small blush. "Hey, I'm old enough to be your older sister," she said, lightly tapping his shoulder with a fist. "Well, you wouldn't be the first," Izuku muttered as Katya glared at Carly. "Stop talking to him, he's wasting energy talking to you," Katya said, as she looked over him whilst Ben kept him upright. While Katya was looking over Izuku, Kenny and Lee walked over to the woman as they gave her a nod. But everything suddenly was interrupted when they all heard the sound of a car off in the distance. The ignition was on, and they all rushed over to the sound. Although with Izuku, he was more dragged to a spot where he could be hidden. Lee and Kenny walked over to the vehicle to see if there was anyone inside it that could be a threat to them. But when finding nobody inside of the vehicle, they immediately take the key out of the ignition and turned the vehicle off. Izuku took note that it was a station wagon, before he saw something akin to a box in the trunk of the vehicle. "Gee, there's something in the back," Izuku spoke, before gasping in pain. "Stay quiet, man, you need the energy to heal," Ben wisely said, as Izuku glared at him. "Why, you're not helping much," Izuku retorted, earning a snort from Ben. "Kid's right though, there's a lot of food for everyone. It would definitely solve our food situation at the Motor Inn," Kenny said, as Lily spoke up. "I don't think this is a great idea, Kenny. What if the person who this car belongs to comes back to see it empty? We would just be bandits who stole from them in the middle of the night," Lily said, as Kenny just waved her off. "Well, what about you, Lee?" Kenny asked. "If this doesn't belong to us, shouldn't we leave it for whoever this car belongs to?" Clementine asked. "As much as I would love to leave the food here, Clementine, we need to take the food, we will starve without it," Lee said, as Clementine nodded sadly. As the group began to collect the food from the vehicle, Izuku was shown sitting on the ground next to Clementine as the girl looked very nervous. She was looking over Izuku repeatedly as she made sure that he didn't pass out too early on into the journey back to the Motor Inn. Once everyone got their selected box of rations, they began their trek into the forest to head back to their little home. Kenny was helping Izuku walk by letting his shoulder be something the boy held onto when walking. Kenny's own hip might have been shot, but it wasn't as bad as Izuku's gut, which had been entirely luck that something important was not hit. By the time everyone returned back to the Motor Inn, they all placed the food boxes in a small compartment inside the main office. As Lily spent her time putting the food and other supplies away, Kenny and Katya had moved Izuku back into his room to recover from his wounds. Katya stayed in the room next to Izuku's just to make sure that he wouldn't be in pain during the evening. And Izuku took some much-needed time to rest his body, and as he fell into a deep sleep to recover the damage dealt to his body. Nobody noticed how quickly the wound on his lower abdomen was closing up, as though he had a minor regenerative power. A few days passed after the group had returned back to the camp. And they had increased their security since their time at the ranch, as they were constantly attacked by the bandits. They had been demanding them to give up some supplies to keep them off their backs, but they stubbornly refused. And because of this, they were constantly attacked every third day of the week by them on the day. Izuku, however, was showing signs of massive recovery when he began to walk around the place as though he wasn't just shot a few days prior. When asked about this, Izuku told them that he doesn't originate from this world of problems. So the fact that he was able to recover faster than they would, is something that he could do in his world. Mainly because of all the bullying he'd suffered in his world. Sometimes his bandages would come off, revealing that the wound was still in recovery, and Katya would walk over to him and replace the bandages. Other times it would look as though Izuku had a scar placed near the spot, and surprisingly, as Katya took a closer look at it one day, she surmised that his body has its own natural high healing factor. Similar to that of someone from a movie, either that or his body adapted to taking damage and healing very quickly. Ever since then, Izuku attributed that to his high durability, as well as his life before coming here into this world. A world where he was constantly beaten up for something he couldn't help but be, was something he couldn't really be happy about. The one thing that his body did that helped him, was something that caused some slight chaos amongst everyone. And since his blood type was type O, he could share his blood with everyone without any kind of problems. Although nobody even tried to do that. That would just be asking for a disaster to happen. Izuku, however, did take notice of something over the last few days within the Motor Inn. Supplies were suddenly going missing, such as a small portion of morphine and other opioids were disappearing from the stash inside Lily's cabinet. But the real concerning thing was how the food was slowly disappearing much faster than normal, as though they had someone living amongst them and stealing more food. Izuku kept this to himself, however. It wouldn't be good to start a manhunt for whoever was slipping food out. For all Izuku knew, someone within the group were just taking a little extra, even if the morphine and opioids were a major red flag. Over the next week and a half, Izuku had been watching everything that happens around the camp. He knew that supplies were being stolen by someone within the group, and he certainly knew that it wasn't either Lee or Clementine. The same was for Kenny, Katya and Duck, and the only two remaining that were on the top of his mind for whoever was stealing from everyone was Lily and Ben. Lily had recently watched her father die, not even a month prior, so the fact that she would take some opioids wouldn't surprise him. But for Ben, he needed to find out whether or not the young man would admit it to everyone. But the young man was just completely locking everyone out of his sight as he kept to himself. That in and of itself was suspicious to Izuku, as the only time he'd ever done that to people in the past was when he felt guilty about something. But Izuku gave the young man the benefit of the doubt since he was young, just a bit older than he was himself. Speaking of, his birthday had just passed by not even a month prior, and he was currently 15, the first time he'd had a birthday without the presence of his mother. Although it wasn't celebrated since they didn't have any cooking supplies nor anything to make a cake with. The same was for the presents. In the time that it took to get back to the camp from the farm, Izuku had taken to his training after he was fully healed from his injury. He was running around the small camp to increase his stamina when it came to running away from walkers should the need arise. He was also getting physical training from Lily, as she wanted to make sure that he could defend himself should he come across a walker on his own. She also took it as a chance to vent out her frustrations at the fact that nobody tried to help her father against Andy at the farm. Izuku knew that the woman was just going through a hard time, so he just allowed it to happen that way she could just cope with it. Although when she tried to get him to push his body further than it could whilst he was still healing, Katya walked over and stopped the training. But now that he's completely done healing, he was training harder than ever before, and at this point in time Lee and Kenny were out on a supply run. The food and supplies they'd gotten from that station wagon in the woods wouldn't last them very long with the size of their group. So the two men were leaving almost every day ever since in order to keep their supply stores up to date. Lily and Izuku clashed in the middle of the camp as everyone watched from the side. Katya and Duck were watching as the two exchanged blows between one another as each attack the other threw was countered. Lily wasn't joking when she'd stated to everyone that she used to be in the military. Not only that, but her skills were also really starting to wane when she didn't have someone to train with. Since Izuku had been training with her, her reaction times as well as strength slowly built back up to when she was still in the military itself. And unlike what she thought most of the time, she had slowly become closer to the boy, looking at him as though he were a student under her training. A private in her small squad of men who were green beans in the military, and as such she had taken to calling him private whenever she trained him. They were in the middle of their training, when Lee and Kenny rushed into the place as they took deep breaths before sitting on the couch nearby. Lily took a glance at the two before getting back into the training for Izuku, as he had taken to her training like a fish to water. Although Izuku was seriously rethinking his choice to have Lily train him in martial arts from the military. As he was currently laying on his back on the hard pavement, shaking his head on the ground, he slowly got back up to his feet before Lily spoke to him. "That's enough for now. Go get some rest, then we can continue after lunch," Lily said as Izuku nodded. "Thanks, Lily," Izuku muttered as the woman smirked. "At some point you might just be able to surpass me in the fighting department," Lily said, walking over to meet up with Lee and Kenny. "How is your back?" Katya asked, as Izuku shook his head. "Not too bad, just a slight bruise. Not that I haven't gotten one before, I just need to rest for a bit, and it'll be gone by tomorrow," Izuku said, as Katya nodded. "Well, can you help me with cleaning up some glass over by the trash bin over there?" Katya asked, pointing at the bin not too far away. "Yeah, what happened?" Izuku asked. "I found the glass on the ground over there, I meant to pick it up." "I forgot though," Katya said, as Izuku nodded. Leaving the woman to look over Duck and Clementine, Izuku walked over to the trash bin. Picking up the glass on the ground surrounding the bin itself, Izuku took notice that the glass was very specific to a certain device. So as he searched the area, he looked into the icebox and found a broken flashlight inside of it as he looked at it confusedly. Putting the flashlight in his backpack, he left the icebox before cleaning up the rest of the flashlight glass and throwing it away. He heard footsteps coming up behind himself and turned to see Lee walking over to him with a confused expression on his face. Standing up to look at the man, Lee stood next to him with something akin to worry changing the confusion written on his face. "Is something wrong, Lee?" Izuku asked, as Lee shook his head. "Yeah, do you know anything about missing supplies as of late?" Lee questioned. "Yeah, actually, I made my own count of the supplies in the cache we have inside the office," Izuku said, as Lee stared at him with concern. "Don't worry, I kept that information to myself. Wouldn't want to spread chaos with the group as we search for the culprit," Izuku said, as Lee nodded. "So what have you found?" Lee questioned. "Well, from what I could understand, whoever is doing this broke this flashlight I found stashed away inside the icebox nearby," Izuku said, pulling the flashlight that had broken glass that protected the light bulb inside out. "That's weird, we normally fix broken items, not throw them away," Lee muttered, looking at one of the pieces of glass. "Who told you about the broken glass?" Lee asked. "Katya asked me to clean it up. She meant to clean it up earlier this week but forgot about it," Izuku said, as Lee nodded. "Also, I noticed a sign on the wall next to the icebox," Izuku said, showing Lee towards it. Walking around the corner, the two came up to the large pink X on the wall. The concerning thing was the bright color of pink being used, as though someone was marking the area. Looking at Izuku, Lee prepared to ask Izuku another question when Duck came over to the two and looked at the pink X on the wall. "A clue," Duck said, causing both older men to look at him. "It's a clue, yes, but could you stay away from this investigation please?" Izuku asked, as Duck looked at him. "I thought I was your ward," Duck asked Lee. "As it turned out, Duck, Izuku here was investigating what I am investigating for a while. I'm just getting help from an outside source," Lee said, as Duck happily nodded before rushing away. "I swear, that kid really needs to slow down on the Kool-Aid," Lee muttered as Izuku chuckled. "I know, but we should be making our rounds soon," Izuku said, as Lee nodded. Walking away from the man, Izuku was about to turn around the corner when Lee called out to him again. Looking back at the man, he walked over to him as Lee looked specifically vulnerable to him in this moment. It was as though he was going to tell him something important about the future or past or something. Shaking his head, he waited for Lee to find whatever words he wanted to tell him as the man sighed. "Do you want to know why I was in the forest outside of Clementine's home?" Lee asked. "Not that it really matters, but sure," Izuku asked. "I was on my way out of Atlanta that day a few months back. I had been arrested," Lee said, as Izuku sat there staring at him. "What did you do?" Izuku asked, curiously. "I had killed a state senator who had been sleeping with my wife. I had pretty much already known about the affair itself. I just hoped that she wouldn't do it in my home," Lee said, looking very sad. "Well, the fact that you learned how to kill earlier does make you a very good ally to have. Since you know how to kill people who are trying to kill you. People are the real threat in this kind of world. No matter what you do, people are more dangerous than cannibalistic monsters," Izuku said, before leaving Lee to think about who else to tell about his past. Walking over to Katya and Kenny, Izuku sat down on the couch after giving Katya a smile for his job completed. Kenny then started to talk about how Katya needed to learn how to use a gun for survival. Not only that, but it appeared as though she really didn't like the idea of holding it. The two eventually entered a small argument about why they needed to hold guns on their person. All that it would do was attract unwanted attention from the undead that were walking the forests and streets. But eventually Lee came over with questions for Katya and Kenny as he told them about his past, with both having vastly different reactions. He even went and informed Clementine as well as Ben about his past, although Izuku was confused as to why Ben was informed about this kind of thing. But he eventually continued his little investigation as Izuku switched places with Ben so that he could keep an eye on the camp. Izuku kept an eye out on the forest tree line as he made to keep his keen eyes for any undesirables. Izuku was also keeping an eye on Lee's back, since they had been attacked for the last week and a half by the bandits who were guarding the farm of the St. John's. He knew that Lee was placing a target on his back when he left the safety of the camp as the man walked near a small part of the place out of sight. Izuku watched as Lee knelt down near the ground, causing him to look confused at the motion. And within moments, the man stood back up with a small bag in his hand as he walked back towards the gate. He watched as Lee rushed over to the bedroom where Lily called her small main operations room. He turned back to look at the forest tree line as he took notice of some movement coming towards the side of the building. He took a warning shot at the person who was making their way over to where Lee took the bag. And as soon as the man was made, he tried to rush back to the forest as Izuku took another shot at the man, hitting him in the leg. Rushing over to the fence, he pulled his smaller firearm and pointed it at the man. Hesitating for all but a moment before schooling his features and taking the shot, the bullet moved through the air in slow motion. The man on the ground, groaning in pain, was turning to look behind himself as the bullet slowly gained speed as time turned back up to normal. And as soon as his head turned around, the bullet smashed right through his eye and came out the other side of his head. Katya and Kenny rushed over to him to see who he shot at and saw the bandit laying on the ground outside. And almost as soon as those shots were fired, multiple bandits came out of the woods and started to shoot arrows at them. Ducking under the wall, they had pulled out their weapons before Lee and everyone else came into arms. Moving into positions of advantage, everyone shot at one another. The bandits were advantageous in terms of their overall numbers, as for every bandit shot, the others were replacing their lost numbers. They eventually pushed open the gates as the gunfire from both sides were bringing some unwanted visitors from the nearby city. With this happening, Kenny rushed into the RV as he struggled to turn it on. Izuku rushed over to the RV himself as he assisted in protecting the man as he started it up. Izuku was shooting on one side of the RV as Lee shot on the other side. Eventually, Izuku managed to allow Clementine and Carly get to the RV and climb inside. And as he continued to shoot the nearby bandits, Lee was shooting both walkers as well as bandits in the area. Soon enough, however, Katya, Duck and Ben were running away from their hiding spots and the bandits were preventing them from getting to the vehicle. Izuku moved himself from the left side of the RV as Carly took over his position as she reloaded her weapon and began shooting. He assisted Lee in shooting the walkers as well as the bandits before watching Katya and Duck being smacked to the ground by a spare walker that got past them both. Immediately taking the shot, Izuku shot the walker in the head just seconds before it tried to bite either one of them. Once they got onto the RV, Izuku and Carly got on as the RV started up, engine blaring loudly for all to hear. Lee walked over to the entrance of the RV before looking back at Lily as she stood on one of the higher floors of the place. "Lily, if you want to live, you might as well come with us, if you don't you will be left behind," Lee called out. Taking in the sight of their camp being overwhelmed by walkers and the bandits being killed by the walkers, she cursed to herself. And as the RV reversed in order to get out of there, she had managed to get onto the RV before it took off down the road. As some spare arrows and bullets hit the back of the moving vehicle as it tore down the road at high speeds. Everyone on the RV had been worried ever since they were forced away from the motor inn. Izuku particularly had been very worried about Duck since the young boy had been covered by a walker right above his mother. Looking over at the two in the driver and passenger seats of the vehicle, he saw that Duck twitched every now and then. But for once, the young boy was actually extremely quiet aside from him coughing every now and again. Looking over at Lee and Clementine, the two were trying to at least calm down from the raid from the bandits. Not to mention being overrun by the walkers who'd come to the motor inn due to the noise being made there. Izuku sat next to Ben as the young man had suddenly begun to slightly panic with Lily and Carly being at each other's throats. Shit, I'm sorry," Ben had told Lily as the woman glared at him. "Everything's fine, Ben," Carly said, as Lily interrupted her. "Everything is not fine. We need to figure out how this happened. We just lost everything," Lily said, looking to Lee for assistance. "Lily, just stop trying to figure this shit out. We just need to focus on the road," Izuku said, looking at the woman before Kenny interjected. "Well, we're sure as shit lucky to have this RV," Kenny called out, focusing on driving. "And nobody died," Carly said, adding more to the conversation, argument. Izuku just kept to himself next to Clementine as he made sure to keep her occupied with drawing on the paper in the vehicle. He had also listened in on the argument that was slowly getting out of hand due to how hyped up everyone was on adrenaline. "Kat's head is split open," Kenny growled. "Ken, I'm fine," Katya said, trying to calm Kenny down. Somebody in here caused all this. Lily said, as Kenny spoke up as he wanted no distractions. Settle down back there. The bandits have had our number for weeks. Kenny said, as Lily made a retort. This is different. She said, looking over at Lee before continuing. Somebody was working for them. Whoever it was slipping them our meds. And since they didn't get their package, so they attacked. Lily explained as Kenny spoke up from the driver's seat. Calm down back there. That's nuts, Kenny said, focusing on the road but getting slightly irritated. Lee found a bag of supplies hidden outside the wall. Lily said, giving Lee a hard stare before focusing her sights on Carly. With Izuku, who was listening in on all this, he found the whole situation to be crazy. Someone stealing medicine from the group and handing them to the bandits outside the wall. They had to be doing it for some kind of reason. Right? There was no way that someone was supplying them the medicine, they had to be. It's true, Lee said, pausing every single thought Izuku had. So, Carly, is there something you want to say? Lily asked, believing the woman was the traitor. Please, Carly said, being defiant. We have to get it out of you then? Lily questioned as Carly bit back. Back off, she growled. You're in no position to be making demands. Lily barked, as Izuku intervened. Hey, we just survived being attacked by the literal bandits that we've been at odds with for weeks. Then we survived being attacked by walkers, and you think now is the time to go out on a witch hunt? This is not the time, Izuku called out, Lily moving her eyes over to him. Whoa, whoa, whoa. You're just pointing fingers, Carly said, offended. Lee was watching everything with concern written on his features. He was clearly trying to think of something to say that would not cause him to be yelled at. But at the same time, he was also thinking about who the potential traitor to their group could be. Although he really didn't think that Izuku was the one to betray them all, he had no real connections to them aside from being found by them early on in the apocalypse. But at the same time, he'd shown that he wouldn't betray them for even a literal moment where it would benefit his survival. Then he focused on Ben as time was slowly running out for him to make a choice. The young man was clearly inexperienced with making life-altering choices that could lead to either good or bad outcomes. Hell, the boy's body language itself was showing guilt as well as self-loathing like Izuku usually does when he gets something wrong. Although the younger boy does it whenever he makes a mistake, Ben's body language showed that his guilt is definitely recent. But Lee decides to ultimately side with Carly on this one. She really hadn't shown any signs of betrayal. Carly's trustworthy. She's not a traitor, Lily, Lee said, looking at the woman. Thank you, Lee, Carly said, giving Lee a thankful expression. She can fight her own battles, unless there's something that implicates the both of you. Lily said, antagonizing everyone present. Don't be ridiculous, Carly growled at Lily. Lily, is now really the time to go out on a witch hunt? Because right now, we need to recover from literally losing our home, Izuku said, entering the conversation again. Look, maybe we should put it up to a vote or something, Ben said, before regretting entering the conversation at all with his arms crossed. Vote? What? Lily asked, as though the suggestion offended her. Look, Carly's a stand-up gal and maybe this was all just a mistake. Ben asked, as Lee interjected. Lily, stop waving your finger around. We don't know who the traitor is, but that doesn't mean that you can point the finger at whoever you want. Lee said, as Lily glared at Lee. Fuck you, Lee, she growled. Nobody was stealing anything, Ben said again, which was kind of contradictory to what he said at the beginning of this witch hunt. Was it both of you? Lily asked, as she leaned in towards Ben, making him really uncomfortable. What? Ben asked, completely bewildered at her escalation. I've seen you two together. Was it both of you? Lily asked, now becoming more and more angry. Look, just let me out. I don't like this. I don't like where it's headed, Ben said, becoming way more uncomfortable. Look me in the eyes and tell me you didn't have anything to do with it, Lily said, intimidating Ben even further. Izuku watched as the trees passed by as he couldn't help but find this whole situation Lily was making very annoying. He really appreciated the training in martial arts she'd given him early on this month, but he was finding her quick to question thinking really irritating. But he did notice some movement on the road at the front of the RV, and before Kenny could realize it, the walker is already too close to stop the vehicle. Lily, lay off of him, Carly said, as she gave the woman a hard glare. Ben started, before Kenny hit a walker on the road. Shit, Kenny said, high on adrenaline. What's going on up there? Lily asked, as Kenny shook his head in exasperation. I hit something, we gotta stop. Kenny said, looking behind to inform them of this. All right, well, we can deal with this now, then. Lily said, smirking at Ben, who was way too uncomfortable. Kenny kept the RV on the road for a little bit longer before pulling to the side of the road. Looking through the front windshield, he couldn't see much movement outside of the vehicle, deeming it safe to move outside and fix the problem. Kenny, is it safe out there? Lee asked. Should be. Kenny replied before getting out of the vehicle. Everybody, out. Lily demanded before turning around to see Lee giving her a warning expression. Lily. He said, looking into her eyes. Out. She said, angrily before stepping out of the RV. At the front of the RV, Kenny was shown to be looking at the damage to the vehicle as a whole, and he was shaking his head in exasperation as he couldn't see anything in the dark. Lily made her way outside of the vehicle and heard groaning from underneath the vehicle, and as she bent over on her knees, she saw the legs of a walker sticking out. Sighing, she stood back up and called out to Kenny. Kenny, the RV has some surface damage, but there's a walker stuck underneath, she said, walking away. God damn it. Everybody keep your eyes peeled, Kenny said, as he got to work. You know what, we shouldn't just kick you out, we should hear what everybody else thinks. Lily said, getting right back into the argument again. I think you should chill out, Ben said, animatedly as he started to fidget. I'm not gonna take this. You can push Ben around, but you can't push me around. Carly said, glaring at Lily. There's no way that it was Carly. It was somebody else. It could have even been someone sneaking into our camp. Lee said, trying to come up with a solution to the problem. That's ridiculous. That's what you think? Lily asked, looking disappointed in Lee. I mean, is he wrong? Izuku asked, as Lily looked at him. Oh, don't you start. I thought you were more on my side. Lily questioned. Since when have I been on your side? All I know is that from what I've seen of Carly, she couldn't have been the traitor. If anything, she'd be too high maintenance. Izuku said, causing the woman to let out a yelping hey. Yes, Lee said, replying to Lily's question. Okay, then, fine, Kenny, Lily questioned, as the man at the front of the truck was too distracted with the walker. I don't know. Fuck, just stop, would ya? Kenny asked, as he got back to work. Well, your vote counts for you and Katya, Lily said, before Ben slightly lost it. We don't need all these votes. What do I have to do for you to trust me? I'll do anything, Ben asked, somewhat insane. I'll do watches for months. Ben said, as Lily scoffed. The hell you will, she retorted. Stop panicking, Ben. You need to stop and take a breath. Lee said, trying to calm Ben down. Do we need any more evidence than this? Lily asked, pointing at Ben. Yes, we need more evidence. We aren't scientific geniuses, Izuku called out before Carly interjected him. Fuck evidence. Stop treating him like this. Carly called out. Shut up, Carly. I've had enough out of you. Kenny, what's it gonna be? Lily growled at the woman, before asking Kenny. Just gimme a damn minute. Kenny called out, getting back to pulling the walker out. Ben, you have until that walker is out to tell me that it was her, whilst pointing at Carly asterisk, and not you. Lily said, as Carly spoke up. Stop this, you're torturing him. Carly said, as Ben spoke up. No, he cried out, fearful for his life. I did it, Lee said, trying to pull the attention from Ben and Carly. Yeah, it was me, that get you to lay off the kid yet? Lee questioned, glaring at Lily. I know that you're capable of being a real piece of shit. But I know it wasn't you. Not with her in your life. Lily said, before glaring at Carly and Ben. There, I got it, Kenny said, pulling the walker out from under the RV. Let's just get back in the RV. Ben said, as Lily retorted. That's not happening. Lily growled before Carly spoke up. You think that you're some tough bitch, don't you? Like nothing can hurt you, but you're just a scared little girl. Get the fuck over it. Take a page from Lee's book and try helping someone for once. Carly said, just as Kenny killed the walker via boot to the head. As soon as Kenny had slammed his boot into the walker's head, he decided to enter the conversation. But as he was walking over to the group, Izuku noticed Lily reaching behind her back as if she was about to grab something. And remembering a scene from his past, about a bully reaching behind their back to pull out some rope to activate his quirk, Izuku felt his legs move before his brain could catch up. As he tried to rush Lily to stop whatever she was thinking, Kenny spoke up as time for Izuku continued on. "Now, what the fuck's the problem?" Kenny asked, before. Bang! Just before the gun that Lily was holding could shoot Carly in the head, Izuku had shoved Lily away just for the bullet to zoom past Carly's head. The woman was so scared in that moment that she slowly turned her head to look at Lily in both shock as well as fear. Lee immediately took charge as he turned to the woman and found that she immediately got back up from the ground, smacking Izuku in the face with the gun. As soon as the woman got back up and pointed her gun at Carly, Lee grabbed her wrists and pushed her onto the side of the RV. "Drop it," Lee growled, as Lily dropped the gun. Holy fuck," Kenny said, as Carly just stumbled backwards. "Kenny, what's happening?" ? Katya asked, worriedly. "Keep duck away from the windows, Jesus Christ," Kenny said, as he moved next to Lee. "Get in, we're leaving this crazy bitch," Kenny said, as Izuku got up holding his eye. "Are you okay?" Clementine asked, rushing up to him. I think I'll be fine. I'm going to get a black eye from this for sure," Izuku mumbled. "I'll help you get inside," Clementine said, as she helped him into the RV. "She can't be trusted, Lee, I swear." "Please," Lily said, trying to make an excuse for her action of nearly killing Carly. "You're not coming with us," Lee said, releasing her. Just as everyone was about to climb onto the RV, Carly let out a scream of pain and agony, causing everyone to look in her direction. Off to the side of the road, just a few feet outside of the forest, a group of walkers had pinned her to the ground and pulled out her innards. As she continued to scream in agony, Lee had immediately taken shit into his own hands and shoved Lily away from the walkers incoming as he, Kenny and Ben got onto the RV and drove off with everyone else. "What happened to Carly? I heard her screaming," Izuku asked, from where he sat in the RV. "Walkers arrived due to the gunshot. We couldn't bury the body," Lee said, as he glared at the ground. "Well, at least we left Lily behind. We can't have a murderer with us," Kenny said, as Izuku looked at Kenny through his rearview mirror. "You are aware about Lee's past, right?" Izuku asked, as Kenny just deadpanned at him. "That was before this whole mess. Lee hasn't killed anyone that hasn't outright tried to kill us," Kenny reasoned. "That's a good point, but still," Izuku said, playing the neutral card at the moment. "Let's just calm down and just get to our new destination," Lee said, as everyone stayed quiet for the rest of the journey. Everyone was still in the RV as the vehicle drove down the road. Kenny and Katya were watching the road as Lee and Clementine were giving one another some much-needed alone time. Izuku was looking at Ben as he was showing a lot of guilt on his face. As Izuku sighed, he knew that something was on the young man's mind, so he began to talk to him. "Hey, there's no reason to feel guilty about Carly," Izuku said, as Ben looked at him. "That's easy for you to say, you weren't the reason for her dying," Ben said, as he rubbed his eyes. "Ben, I may not know what you mean by that, but you should just move on. What happened, happened. We can't let it stop us from surviving," Izuku said, as Ben just looked him in the eye. "If you were told that someone that you knew was still alive, but being held beyond your grasp, what would you do?" Ben asked, cryptically. "I don't know, depends on who you're talking about," Izuku said, looking into Ben's eyes. "Ah, okay. Sorry for asking," Ben said, as he laid his head on the table. As Izuku let out a sigh, he moved over to the front of the RV as he looked at what was happening on the road. It appeared to be as dead as the walkers walking about the forest and cities, as there was only cars on the side of the road. Kenny noticed Izuku in the corner of his eye before he let out a massive sigh before speaking to him in a low tone. "Hey, kid. You alright?" Kenny asked, focusing on the road. "Why, yeah, I'm fine. Just a little bruised," Izuku replied as the man nodded. "You're the future of this group. So I need to tell you this, kid, make sure that nothing bad happens to Clementine. You're our last hope of keeping that little girl safe," Kenny said, as Izuku looked at the man weirdly. "What are you talking about? You weren't bit back at the motor inn, were you?" Izuku asked, concerned. "Not us, but Duck," Kenny said, as Izuku felt a lot more guilt. Is there a way to save him? Izuku asked, as Kenny gave him a grateful expression. We're doing all we can to see what happens. We couldn't get any kind of medicine when we left the inn. So all we have to do is see if Duck can overcome this. Katya said, as Izuku nodded and walked back to the end of the RV with Ben as Lee was called up there. The road was long and arduous, and everything that was passing by was reminding Izuku about his life back in Musutafu, Japan. A stray tear fell from his face as he watched the trees move by faster than he could see as he remembered his mother. He couldn't know what was happening to her at this point in time, but he really hoped that nothing too bad was happening over where she lived. Soon enough, however, the RV came to a stop in front of a massive train that stood in their way. Izuku was in awe of the train itself as it was incredibly long, but at the same time he was worried about how they were going to pass it. Shaking his head, he heard Kenny talk about getting everyone off the RV so they could see if they could do anything about it. Izuku sat down on the ground near Katya and Duck as the two were looking worse for wear, Duck more so than his own mother. Looking into the boy's eyes, Izuku could notice that one of his eyes were looking milky white in color whilst the other was normal. He was still fighting to live, even after so long of being bitten by a walker back at the motor inn. Izuku was mentally wishing for the boy to survive a bit longer so that they could reach whatever direction they were headed. With Lee and Kenny checking the train out, they were moving about the place as if they were on a mission as Izuku kept guard on everyone else. Whilst they were distracted, Izuku noticed movement coming from behind the RV and rushed over to it. He pulled out a small sword he'd managed to grab from the inside of the RV's closet and rushed to the other side of it, finding a somewhat elderly man standing there with a smile. "Who are you and why are you here?" Izuku asked, pointing the blade at the man. "Is that any way to treat a man in his own home?" the man asked. "I am just asking a question," Izuku said, as the man nodded. "At least you're observant. The name's Charles if you're fancy," the man said, as he pulled out a candy bar. "Wanna have something to eat?" Chuck asked, smirking at Izuku. "I'd rather have that given to Katya or Clementine," Izuku said, as he placed the weapon back inside the RV. "Well, lead the way," Chuck said, chuckling. No pun intended. As Chuck got to know the others, Izuku walked up to where Lee and Kenny were located as he knocked on the door where the two were standing at. Looking at him through the broken window, they allowed him inside the room as Izuku spoke to them. "Hey, I found a guy who was calling the train his home. He's friendly, so if he scares you just know he's a good guy," Izuku said, as Kenny chuckled. "Only you could judge someone by how they talk," Kenny said, before getting back to work memorizing the console commands. "All right, I'll go see what's wrong on the back end of the train," Lee said, walking away. Izuku followed Lee as they made it to the back of the train to find that the latch for it being connected to the rest of the cars behind it was slightly stuck. And whilst Lee was taking care of that, Izuku searched the nearby car as he found some animal crackers. Reaching into the vehicle, he grabbed the animal crackers and pulled himself out before the walker could do anything to him. Lee watched him come out of the car with the bag of food, and he gave the boy a very stern expression as Izuku looked at least a little guilty. I got this for Katya and Duck," Izuku said, as Lee nodded. "Okay, just make sure that if you do anything of the sort again that you make sure that there's other people near you," Lee said, as he walked towards the car. The two climbed up on the car as they went to go meet up with the others. Lee got a jump scare from Chuck as Izuku chuckled on the side as he met up with the others to keep watch on everything. Lee had also taken a bottle of water and given it to Katya as the woman was happy to have received it from him. Lee gave her a nod as she thanked him before heading back to Kenny as the two men started up the train. Insert train start-up sound effect. As everyone heard the train begin to start, they all rushed over as Lee and Kenny got off of it before Kenny told everyone to get on. Izuku helped everyone climb aboard as Kenny, Lee and Katya were talking to one another about the very small elephant in the room. The elephant in question being Duck, as the boy was slowly, but surely dying in a very agonistic way as he was slowly turning. Izuku didn't pay any attention to whatever the hell the three adults were talking about as he focused on cutting Clementine's hair. He remembered what Lee and the others saw back at the farm as Andy had managed to grab Clementine's hair. So using a pair of scissors he started to clip her hair enough to where it would be many times harder to grab a hold of her. And as the two were spending time together, they were completely distracted from the sounds of the train beginning to move. So what do you want to do when we make it to a safe zone? Izuku asked, as Clementine thought about it. I want to search for my parents first. But if we're heading where I think we are, then we might arrive in Savannah, where my parents went for their anniversary. Clementine said, as Izuku nodded. Okay, so when we get there you want to see where your parents are located. I can see that happening. Do you want to find out anything else? Izuku asked, as Clementine sat in thought as Izuku continued to snip at her hair. I don't know, maybe finding a place where we don't have to be afraid of the walkers anymore. Clementine suggested. I can believe in that. Okay, so we're heading to Savannah in order to find your parents. Then after we find them and hope and pray to God that they're not walkers themselves, and Clem. We have to be prepared for the worst case scenario. Izuku said, as Clem had given him an angry look. I know, I just find it hard that my mom and dad could become walkers. Clementine said, as Izuku gave a nod. Sometimes we believe so hard that our loved ones cannot die, that when we find out that it does happen, we're left thinking what we could have done to make sure that they survived. I'm pretty sure that you've fixated yourself that there's no possible way they could die. But you should know, Clementine, nobody is safe in this kind of world. Izuku said, sternly informing her about how evil the world could be. Clementine didn't answer him as she focused on the trees moving by them. Once Izuku was done giving her a haircut, she felt her hair and was ecstatic that he had shortened it a bit but left enough that she could play with it. He smiled at her before placing her hat over her head as she smiled back up at him saying thank you. He waved to her to get over near Ben as he walked over to Katya and Duck as he saw the two were having some slight troubles. Is he going to be all right? Izuku asked, as Katya shook her head. I don't think he'll make it. We need to stop the train soon, but I don't know if you'll be able to do it. Lee, can you help me with this? Katya told Izuku before calling Lee over as Duck started to cough up blood. Izuku looked at the blood itself and couldn't help but cringe at how black it was compared to normal red blood. Moving away from the two, he left the train car as he walked over to where Kenny was at as he moved through the door on the front left side of the conductor's area. As soon as he was at the front of the train, he sat down on the metal scaffolding and leaned on the rails. He let out a sigh of complete sadness as he thought about what was happening at the moment. Duck is going to die soon. It's only a matter of time before he's forced to turn and try and kill everyone else. Izuku thought as he looked at the incoming scenery. If it comes down to it, Kenny will need to kill Duck. And even though a parent shouldn't need to kill their child or bury them, it still has to be done. Duck is suffering already. Izuku continued his thought process. Izuku was so preoccupied with his line of thinking that he never heard the fight breaking out between Lee and Kenny in the conductor's seat. And as he continued to watch out for the tracks, he suddenly felt himself lurch forwards as the train came to an abrupt stop on the tracks. He held onto the rails as hard as he could before he stopped entirely. Looking over at the conductor's area of the train, he walked over to it and saw the complete devastation on Kenny's facial features. Are you okay, Kenny? Izuku asked, worriedly. Don't worry about me, I have something I need to do. A is a father, and A is a man. Kenny said, leaving Izuku alone in the conductor's cabin. I hope everything goes fine out there. Izuku mumbled as he moved to the top of the train. He kept an eye out on the forest nearby as well as the tracks far behind him. He kept an eye on those near the train itself as he then heard a sound coming from the forest nearby. He'd seen Katya and Duck head in the direction he'd heard the sound from, but as soon as he stood up that's when he heard it. Bang! No! Izuku got off the train and ran over to Lee as he looked out into the forest as he found Izuku rushing over to him. Izuku stopped in front of Lee as the man shook his head at Izuku as if to tell him not to come any closer. Stopping just enough to where Clementine wouldn't leave the train, Izuku looked at the back of the train and spoke to Lee. We don't know how many walkers were in the vicinity that could have heard that gunshot. Whatever happened out there, make sure to put Duck down before anything bad happens. Izuku said, as Lee nodded. Since when were you the leader? Lee quipped. Since all the adults became useless to Clementine's safety. Izuku quipped back. When did you learn to sass me? He asked, before turning around. Huh, when did I learn to sass people? Izuku mumbled to himself as he climbed on top of the train. As Izuku climbed on top of the train, he kept watch over everything. He didn't need to know what happened since he'd heard Kenny scream no out in the wilderness. Something happened with Katya and Duck that caused the gunshot to happen, and he was not even going to question anything since the man will no doubt be mourning the loss of his son. Bang! Izuku flinched at the second gunshot as he became way more worried as he found Lee and Kenny slowly coming out from the brush nearby. And as he waited for Katya to come out with the two men, he waited a bit before realizing that the woman wasn't coming. Looking to Lee, the man shook his head at him before Izuku realized the situation. Katya had killed herself before they had to put Duck down and end his misery. After that moment, Izuku really didn't know how to feel about that. Having to watch as you lose your entire family in front of your eyes, that's not going to do anything good for someone's mind. Especially someone who is as blunt and trigger-happy as Kenny himself is, not that the man had ever placed him in danger in the past. Izuku trusted the man far more than he showed that he should be trusted, but Izuku knew the man thought about his family first. He climbed back down and into the train car as he talked with Clementine about what her home life was like. And to hear that the little girl had friends around her neighborhood back almost a year back was nice to hear. "Did you have any friends wherever you came from?" Clementine asked, curiously. "Why are you asking me that?" Izuku asked, as Clementine tilted her head with confusion writ on her features. Well, you asked me if I had any friends. I want to know if someone as nice as you had friends. Clementine asked, as Izuku felt his heart break slightly. To tell you the truth, Clementine. When I was a little younger than you, I had a couple friends. Izuku said, looking out to the forest. Really? Who were they? Clementine asked, as she looked at him with awe. I mean, I wouldn't call them friends per se. More like acquaintances, Izuku said, wincing. Everyone had been on the road for a long while, and Izuku was currently sleeping in the train car with Clementine watching over him as the boy got some much-needed rest. The boy had been having nightmares in the motor inn and he couldn't get enough sleep for the life of him. Just as he was about to fall into a deep sleep, he heard the sounds of the train screeching to a halt. He immediately sat upright and pulled Clementine into his chest as the train lurched forwards as it came to a stop. Everyone got off the train as they went to see what caused Kenny to stop it just in the nick of time whilst cursing up a storm. And sitting in front of them just above the train tracks was a massive trailer that was filled to the brim with something that could easily be a problem. Kenny took this as something that wanted to continuously screw with their group non-stop as he began a small tirade of curses. Enough that Izuku thought would make Kachan blush from the sheer number of times one singular word was reused. Fuck, 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 foots cck. Kenny yelled at the giant tanker. I don't see the problem, why don't we just push on through it? Charles asked, confused. That's not a tanker of milk, Charles, that's petrol. Kenny said, sighing in exasperation. It's gasoline, Lee finally stated as Izuku became very alarmed. Did someone set this up as a trap? Izuku asked, cursing his stutter for entering at a bad time. Not really, it seems as though it was here for a long while. Lee said, as he pointed at the broken bridge. The group stayed on the ground as they, very loudly by the way, began to set about their plans to get the petrol tanker out of their way. They were already on a collision course for Savannah, so they needed to get it out of the way so they could make their way to the coast. At least that was Kenny's plan, since he decided that the safest place they could be at was on the ocean. Hey, if you don't keep it down, you're gonna get your face chewed off. A funny voice called out. Are you guys going to be trouble? 'Cause we could have just kept walking. A female voice rang out from above them all. Chuck looked over at Kenny as the man was looking worse for wear before shaking his head at the man. That was before Lee took over the conversation as he began to converse with the two strangers on top of the bridge. Izuku did take note that one of them appeared to be shorter than the other and believed that the taller one was female from where they stood. And sure enough, his prediction was correct as the woman was much taller than the guy she was with. No, we're friendly. Put your hand down, Ken. Lee called out to the duo, before telling Kenny to lower his arm. That's what everybody says, the woman said, as she glared at the group. We know, Lee retorted. Hey, come on, give these guys a break, the shorter guy said, looking at the woman. It was very clear who was in charge between the two, as the guy was clearly taking the orders from the much taller and more outgoing woman. "We'll see," she said, as the guy called out to them all. "You guys got a problem with your train?" he asked, curiously. "Yeah, you're sitting right in front of it," Kenny quipped back. "Dude, it's a wreck, it's not so bad from up here," the guy said, before continuing. "Send your buddy up to have a look," the guy said, not really having a problem with them all. Lee began to walk over to the ladder that led up to the bridge before Kenny stopped him for a moment before looking into his eyes. "Anything goes sideways up there, we won't let them escape," he said, ominously. As Lee continued on, Izuku sat down on the side as he placed a hand over his head. He had no idea what was going on, but he had a massive headache at the moment, and it was really messing him up. He'd had migraines before, but not on the level that he was feeling at the moment. And as Lee climbed up the ladder, Clementine was seen climbing up the ladder as well, not wanting to be far away from Lee. Izuku stayed on the ground below as he tried to slowly recover from his massive headache that was giving him some issues. As he took in his surroundings, he felt as though something was off about the area. It felt as if he shouldn't be here. Wait a minute, that's not right. He's been here for more than a few months. He belonged here even if he wasn't born in this world. Shaking his head, nobody even noticed the green aura covering the boy's body except for Chuck, who looked on in worry at Izuku. Over with Lee and Clementine, the two were conversing with the two strangers, finding out that their names were Omid and Krista. The two had been on the move ever since the beginning of all the walkers and were on their way north. The complete opposite of where Kenny was planning on heading. Of course, when they made the plan of what to do, they were preparing to collect some items in order to get the couplings off of the semi-truck. Climbing down from the bridge, Lee had looked around the surrounding area as though he were searching for someone. And eventually he found Izuku, as the boy was not looking too good. He was pale and looked as though he would drop at any minute. "Hey, Izuku, were you bitten at all?" Lee questioned, as Izuku took his shirt off. "Not that I know of. Although I don't feel too good," Izuku said, as he coughed slightly. "I saw a green aura around the kid, not sure if it was a problem with my eyes though," Chuck supplied as Lee nodded. Pulling Izuku away from the others, Lee had helped the boy over to the train station not too far away from their area. Sitting the boy down on one of the benches, the Lee got to work on seeing what was wrong with him as he looked into Izuku's eyes. They were dilated and were very, very red in color, as though he were suffering from dry eye. Lee felt around Izuku's head before noticing something sticking out the top of his head, and pulling some of Izuku's hair out of the way he found a bit of dried blood there. "Izuku, were you hit in the head on your way out of the motor inn?" Lee questioned, worriedly. "No, I don't remember even being hit by anything at the motor inn." "Is there something wrong?" Izuku asked, completely concerned. "It's probably nothing, but from what I can see, it appears as though something was coming out of your head," Lee said, as Izuku thought about it. "My dad had a fire-breathing quirk in my world. Not sure if that has anything to do with the hole on my head though," Izuku said, as Lee looked at him. "Why was he a fire breather?" Lee asked, as he spoke again. "Was that his job or something?" Lee questioned. "And no, that was the power he was born with." "NGH, Izuku said before holding his head in pain. "Are you all right?" Lee asked, placing a hand on Izuku's shoulder. "And no, it feels as though everything in my head is trying to kill each other," Izuku said as a stray tear fell from one of his eyes. Lee began to worry over Izuku's trembling form as Clementine eventually made her way over to them both. As soon as she arrived and saw the amount of pain the boy was in, she immediately rushed to the rescue. Placing her arms around his body in what could only be a big hug for such a small girl, she held onto Izuku's form as tight as she could. And before anyone could see what was happening, the shirt that Lee had taken off of Izuku earlier and placed back on their way over here tore away. And it revealed something that neither Izuku, Clementine nor Lee could ever had expected. Giant wings of draconian descent had spread out behind Izuku as the boy let out a small sigh of relief. That was before two horns came out the top of his head as he grunted in pain. The boy's senses were all over the place as he collapsed in the girl's arms as Clementine panicked about what to do. Lee began to pull out all the water he could and clean Izuku's body up as much as he could. How the boy was transforming before their very eyes was definitely concerning. But that didn't matter at this point in time. They had a young man who was very scared and looked to be incapable of controlling himself at the moment to worry about. The trio were completely unaware of the four walkers coming towards them over the sounds Izuku was making of pain as they came up behind the trio. As Izuku writhed in pain on the ground, his groans were overwhelming the sounds of the incoming walkers coming up behind Lee and Clementine. The two were at a loss for words on how to interact with Izuku as the boy was growing louder and louder before his eyes suddenly opened wide. Emerald, green-slitted eyes glared behind the two before he leapt into the air brandishing his fangs as he took down the four walkers behind Lee. The man had only barely enough time to duck under Izuku's lunge and pull Clementine into his chest as they looked at Izuku. The boy's wings were moving frantically as he tore through the walkers that had snuck up on the two. Looking at one another they turned to look at Izuku as he sent a kick into a walker's gut knocking it to the ground. The boy then turned to glare at another set of walkers that had come out of the woods as he launched at them with a small whispering roar. Kenny and the others had rushed to Lee and Clementine's location as soon as they heard Izuku roaring out. By the time everyone had arrived where Lee and Clementine were at, they could only stand and stare in shock as Izuku tore the walkers apart in front of them. But what he did after tearing them apart made them all sick to their stomachs. He took the offending limbs and began to consume them completely as though they were mere snacks. Omid, the man with Krista, had moved over and threw up behind the building as Krista did the same. Kenny however looked at Lee as he saw the man holding his gun and pointing it at Izuku in either fear or wariness. By the time Izuku had finished consuming the walkers nearby he walked back over to the group as he sat at the ground in front of them. Lee's hand began to tremble as he held onto the gun before Clementine, in a courageous action, moved forwards. Lee had been about to stop her, before he watched what she did to Izuku as she knelt down in front of him. "Izuku, are you still in there?" Clementine asked, as Izuku's emerald eyes looked up. "Grr, cough, cough, pyaa." Izuku coughed before spitting out a walker's bone out of his mouth and onto the ground. He looked at Kenny and Lee as the two were looking at him both bewildered and confused. But the emotion that was being shown far above everything else was both wariness and concern. As he stood back up and pulled Clementine into a hug, Izuku had looked back at Lee and Kenny and spoke to them. "I don't know what that was, but I think I'm immune," Izuku said, as the two men stared at him in shock. As Izuku and Lee began to inform Kenny, Omid, Krista and Chuck about the new appendages of the boy. They also told the others about where Izuku originated from, a world where superpowers were the normal. Whilst he was someone who wasn't normal in any kind of way since he was the average human without a quirk. Whilst the others praised him for his ability, they were more concerned with the fact that he could eat walkers and not turn. "So you're telling us that you, eating walkers, is a good thing?" Krista asked, very confused. "I don't know how to explain it, but for some reason with my new features I can eat the walkers as though they were merely cooked too much. They tasted very much like slightly burnt katsudan," Izuku mumbled as he shuffled his feet. "Well, at least we know that you don't really need to eat normal foods. We can save up more food and supplies if you can survive from eating walkers," Kenny said, with a chuckle as Izuku glanced at him. "I still need to drink water, Kenny," Izuku said, as Kenny snapped his fingers. "Drats," he muttered under his breath. Whilst Izuku's headache had subsided for now, just producing a small throb every now and again, the others went back to their original positions. Izuku also took this time to sit on top of the train and keep an eye behind them all as he made sure that no walkers came up behind them all. It wouldn't be until later on that afternoon that Lee and Clementine would return with Krista after getting some welding equipment from the station. Lee and Omid went to the top of the bridge in order to cut down the petroleum tanker as Izuku took note of their incoming threat. Shaking his head, he decided to see if his new wings could assist him in flight. And when he jumped from the train and spread his wings, he flapped them slowly as he gained height quickly. Smirking to himself, he flew over to Lee and Omid in order to tell them about the incoming walkers. When he flew by those on the ground he called out to them to get onto the train. "Kenny, Chuck, Clementine, Krista, Ben. Get on the train. Walkers are incoming," Izuku called out, as they all nodded and climbed on with Kenny getting in the driver's seat. When Izuku made it up to the bridge, he called out to Lee and Omid as well. "Lee, Omid, walkers are incoming," Izuku said, as Lee gave him a thumbs up. "They're coming. Shit, we have to get this done fast." Omid panicked. "Just keep cutting," Lee growled under his breath. As Izuku flew back to hold the walkers off for a bit, Lee and Omid were struggling to get the coupling cut off. Once Izuku had thinned the herd behind them out a bit and he was panting slightly, he flew back onto the train as he decided to take a small break. He watched as the petroleum tanker had fallen onto the ground and spilled some gasoline on the tracks as Kenny hit the proverbial gas pedal or lever in this case. As the train began to move, the sparks from the wheels hitting the rails had caused a small fire to break out on the ground nearby. Izuku had then felt as though he'd rested enough as he flew up to the bridge as he landed next to Lee and Omid. The two looked at him confusedly as Izuku told them to grab onto his arms as they followed his instructions. When Izuku, Lee and Omid had run towards the edge of the bridge and leapt off it, Izuku spread his wings as he glided down to the train as it moved below them. Landing on the roof of the train, everyone climbed down and got into it as they sat down with Krista fretting over Omid. Omid however looked at Izuku with a mock glare as he spoke. "Remind me to never piss you off, little man. You can literally pick up a grown-ass man and drop us to our deaths if you wanted to," Omid said, as Izuku chuckled. "Well, it's a good thing we're on the same side then, isn't it?" Izuku quipped as the man shook his head. "Never before will I ever want to be on that ride again," Omid said, shuddering. "What are you talking about?" Krista asked. "Don't worry about it, just know that Izuku managed to get us down from the bridge without anyone getting hurt," Lee said, as Izuku sat down next to Clementine. The little girl took in his features now that they were not panicking about walkers. Looking at his hair, she had noticed how his hair was more spiked with two long horns protruding from the top of his head. They looked like small brown branches that stuck out of his head, with smaller branches coming out of them. But the part of him that she was more on the lines of staring in awe of was the wings that were laid out behind him. Looking at the wings closer, Clementine noticed a stray tooth hanging out from one, but the scales weren't pierced. Pulling the tooth from the scale, she tossed it out of the train as she watched Izuku lay himself down as though he were a dog. Curling up into a small ball, he surrounded himself with his wings as she yawned as well before looking at him. Is it all right if I lay next to you, Izuku?" Clementine asked. "I don't see why not," Izuku said, lifting his wing. As soon as Clementine had laid underneath the wing, Izuku pulled her into his chest as they laid in their corner of the train car. And as some of the others looked at the two of them with a small smile on their face, we move over to Lee and Kenny as they stood in the conductor's cabin. They were looking at the incoming city of Savannah as it was coming up in the distance before looking at one another. "Here's Savannah. Not too much longer before we're at the ocean," Kenny said, as Lee agreed. "As much as I would like to stay on land, being on the water seems like a good idea at the moment," Lee said, as Kenny chuckled. "I wouldn't ever leave you and Clementine on the land all alone," Kenny said, as Lee gave Kenny a glance. "What about Izuku?" Lee questioned. "What about him?" Kenny asked. "Please tell me that you're not being racist now of all times," Lee warned as Kenny chuckled. "Of course not, I was just seeing what your reaction would be if I left the boy out. But no, I'm not leaving him all alone here as well, he'd bawl aloud on the boat as well. But we'd need to find him a steady supply of walkers to keep him fed, preferably dead walkers," Kenny said, as Lee nodded. "Whilst we're on that subject, did you see how he tore those walkers apart?" Lee asked, as Kenny shuddered. "Don't have to tell me twice. I'd hate to be a walker in front of him," Kenny said, as Lee shook his head. "The way Izuku tore those walkers apart, it was as though he was starving for years. I have a bad feeling that this new ability of his will eventually run its course and change his ideas for food," Lee said, ominously. "Well, we've got plenty of food for him back there, all we need to do is make sure that he stays safe and sound. He's our perfect counter to the undead at the moment," Kenny said, as the two focused on the rails in front of them. The two took in a deep breath before hearing Clementine's radio go off in the cockpit. Looking at it, they picked it up before a voice rang through it as they looked at one another in confusion and shock. I can't wait for you to get to Savannah, Clementine. I got your parents right here, and be sure to find me. Whether Lee and Izuku want you to or not. Anyway, how was your time here? The voice rang out as Kenny spoke up. I thought that fucking thing was broken. He questioned, worriedly. So did I, Lee said, as they pocketed the radio. After stopping the train just outside of the station in Savannah, Lee and Kenny got everyone off the train. Clementine had asked if she could get her radio back when Lee informed her that he'd be holding onto it for now. As the girl began to pout at not having her radio, Izuku chimed in, telling her that if she continued being a good girl, she'd be able to hold it for a while. Lee gave Izuku a look as the young man gave him one as well, knowing that the man wasn't going to win this conversation. About an hour later, everyone was walking down a road into Savannah as they looked at their surroundings in complete worry. There hadn't been a single walker since they had arrived at the city and were becoming more and more wary of their surroundings. Izuku had stuck next to Clementine as he carried her on his shoulders as she happily spoke about how tall she was now. Lee watched their interaction with a small smile on his face as he focused on the walkie-talkie on his hip. It wasn't long before they all began to hear the chiming of a nearby bell. Izuku, with his enhanced hearing, had looked to his left as Clementine noticed where he was looking. A nearby church bell was ringing as Izuku looked at Lee with worry. Lee, you know what happens when there's a loud noise, Izuku said, as Lee nodded. All right everyone, let's move forward, but be wary. The dead might come up upon us without us realizing it, Lee warned as everyone continued on. As they walked, they overlooked the person leaving the church and jumping from the roof of it. They continued their journey through the streets and were coming across lone walkers before they killed them along their journey. But by the time they were about to turn around a corner of a street, they came across a massive horde of walkers as Kenny glared at Izuku. Useless ass hearing powers, Kenny yelled, as the walkers growled and gave chase. Clementine, hold on, Izuku called as the girl hung onto his horns. If I were you, I'd get off the street. Now, a voice from the walkie-talkie called out as everyone looked at it completely confused. Lee and the others began to fight the walkers, as Izuku took off to the sky. Kenny and the others were slowly becoming overwhelmed by the numbers as Izuku and Clementine went to find a safe place for the group. Once they found a nearby house where they could hide from the horde, Izuku flew down and told everyone to follow him. As they all created a distraction at another area of the street, the walkers moved towards the noise over there as Izuku led the group to the backyard of a certain home. Touching down on the ground, Clementine let out a happy call for him to do that again sometime as Izuku rubbed her head. Don't worry Clementine, I will do it again for you sometime later on. But we need to get inside the house in order to be safe for the time being, Izuku said, as he moved near Lee and Kenny. Damn it, how are we going to get inside? The damn door's locked, Kenny growled under his breath as he kicked the door. Hey, there's a doggy door down there. Maybe we can use the collar that is on the dog for the small door to open, Ben asked, as everyone looked about the yard. Okay. So, where's the dog? Izuku asked, looking around before they found a small grave nearby. No, Clementine mumbled as they stared at the small grave. Lee walked over to the grave as he grabbed a nearby shovel. Looking at the grave, he let out a sigh of sadness before apologizing to the family with who the dog belonged to. Then he shoved the shovel into the dirt and began to dig into it. By the time he'd found the dog, it was already long dead as its carcass was nearly mummified and turned to bone. Krista, who was near the grave, had taken one look at it before moving over and throwing up in a nearby bush as Omid asked if she was all right. Izuku and Clementine, however, noticed something on the dog's neck. It was the collar that they were looking for. Izuku placed a hand over his mouth as he felt sick to his stomach. The fact that the dog was buried in the backyard of all places, and that they had to dig it out. It didn't sit right with him, especially with the fact that Clementine had to see this kind of thing. The world clearly showed them that it was not as safe and sound as it appeared to be, albeit with some very overpowered undead. As Lee pulled on the collar of the dead animal, the head came off from the shoulders, causing Krista to continue heaving in the corner. As Lee looked down at the completely desecrated body of the animal, he kneeled down enough to where the smell wouldn't hurt him as he apologized to the person who buried their pet. He turned away after that, putting the shovel in a different spot. Its usage completed for now until a later moment it's needed in the future. Izuku followed Lee, and Clementine was not far behind him as they stood near the door when Lee placed the collar close to the doggy door. They heard the sounds of locks becoming unhinged and a green light appearing on the light signal as everyone silently cheered. Now presented a new issue. No one aside from Clementine was small enough to feasibly fit through the small door. And as Lee was trying to figure out a way to unlock the door without the use of Clementine and endangering her to whoever and whatever was inside, the little girl rushed into the situation. "Clementine," Lee called out, worried. "Clementine, are you all right?" Izuku called out, looking just as worried. They heard the sounds of a locking mechanism undoing itself as the door swung open, revealing the young girl with a smile on her face as she looked to Lee. Raising her arms in the air with her smile, she spoke out loud to the man like a normal child would. "Ta-da," she called out, as Lee chuckled. "Good job, Clementine, you managed to get us away inside. But please, when you decide to do this again, make sure to let one of us know," Lee said, gently chastising her action whilst giving her praise. "Okay, Lee," the little girl said, before rushing inside. "As that door open, we should get inside then," Krista said, as everyone entered the building. Walking through the door, they entered a kitchenette that had a small island in the middle of the room. The cabinets looked as though something or someone ransacked the place in a hurry. Not only that, but when checking the cabinets for supplies, they only found dog food. They moved through the building before arriving at the living room as they stood around. "We should probably make sure that this place is secure. We will need to get back on the road again to find us a boat," Kenny said, as everyone nodded. "Kenny, you and Ben check upstairs. I will be down here with Krista, Omid and Clementine. Izuku, think you can look around the backyard for other supplies?" Lee ordered, before asking Izuku. "Sure thing, Lee, I'll see what I can find," Izuku said, with a mock salute. Whilst being outside, Izuku had felt as though he'd been out there for a long while. It didn't feel as time passed faster than what he was doing, but he felt as though it was nice to get some air that wasn't being through quick and quiet gasps. Running from walkers would do that to just about anyone, especially a giant herd of them. Izuku thought back to the plan he'd made with Lee before he met Kenny and his family, and how he'd decided to stick around to protect Clem. "I know that she needs to learn how to survive. Although the part of my heart that screams to protect her is still raging, I need to get over that. There will be times when I won't be around to save her. She will need to protect herself," Izuku mumbled to himself as he opened a backyard shed. He looked around the place, not really registering the boat in it as he pulled out some weapons as well as mechanical equipment. Just as he was about to close the door, he immediately took note of the boat inside of the room as he smacked his forehead. How had he not noticed the clearly wide open boat sitting in front of him? It was right in front of the door when he opened it, for crying out loud. "Kenny, it seems as though you might have something good happening after all," Izuku muttered with a smile on his face. He closed the doors behind himself as he looked in all directions. All before making sure that the doors were locked tight as he entered the house again in order to tell Lee and the others about his find. Once he found himself inside, he heard Lee and Krista questioning Clementine about the voice on her radio. Something that Izuku thought was broken a few months ago near the beginning of their trip out of the pharmacy in Macon. He shook his head as he entered the room as he wiped sweat from his brow. The heat wave in America was definitely not something they should take for granted, but it was also extremely active. As he listened in on their conversation, Lee glanced over at him as he stood up and brought Izuku into another room. "So, did you find anything out there? I'm hoping you did, since I'm not looking forward to looking for Clementine's parents in this whole mess," Lee said, hoping for some good luck. "Well, you're in for some damn good luck, Lee. When I searched through the shed outside, I grabbed some weapons as well as some supplies for fixing things. But as I was about to leave, I saw a boat in there, but there was a slight issue," Izuku said, rubbing the nape of his neck. "What's the issue?" Lee asked, concerned. "There's only about 5 seats on it. So we're going to have to leave some people behind if we're going to life on it," Izuku said, glumly. "Damn, Kenny will appreciate the boat, but will find the seating chart very bad. I will discuss that with him soon," Lee said, as they heard stomping of feet on the stairs. Rushing into the living room, they found Ben standing leaning over the rails as he looked at Lee with concern. "What's wrong, Ben?" Lee asked, concerned. It's Kenny, Ben said, as Lee followed the boy upstairs. Izuku stayed in the living room as he sat next to Clementine, who had sat still as though she was being reprimanded. He reached an arm around her and pulled her into a side hug as he rubbed her back in compassion. Hey, can you tell me about the guy on your radio? I was hoping you could inform me about who he was. Izuku asked, softly as Clem looked worried. He's not a bad guy. He's just like us. I just talked to him about our group, and what Lee had done to protect me. Clementine said, as Izuku nodded. Do you want to know what my mom told me about strangers, Clementine? Izuku asked, as the girl looked up at him. What did she say? That they shouldn't be trusted. Clem asked, looking a little worried. Well, not all strangers should be trusted, after all we don't know who they are. Izuku started as Clem looked a little guilty. But that doesn't mean that we should rule them out as extremely dangerous right from the beginning. After all, for all we know they could be someone who could help. Izuku said, being optimistic. That's not what Lee said, the same for Krista and Omid. Clementine said, as Izuku rubbed her back even more at that. Clementine, do you want to know something about adults? Izuku asked, looking into the girl's amber gold eyes. Sure, Clem said, looking at his emerald. Adults are people who take the protection of the ones they love and care about seriously, even if it means to bring out their protective fury on a child they protect. My mom, when I was misdiagnosed as quirkless in my world, she treated me as though I were glass. She was overprotective of me, trying her hardest to break through a wall that wouldn't open. Which was my emotions towards informing her about my past. Izuku said, taking off his shirt. As soon as his shirt was off, Clementine looked at each and every burn scar on his torso as she instinctively pushed a hand on the largest one on his chest. It was a few inches larger than her small hand, as she felt his heartbeat that was soft and slow. Looking up at him, she saw how his face was extremely uncomfortable as she pulled away as Izuku placed a palm on her head. I've never shown my own mother the scars on my body. Because when I got them was around your age, Clementine. I was bullied by my peers. Teachers didn't want to help the quirkless kid. And the adults around me avoided me as though I were the plague. The adults here, however, they treat me as though I'm an equal, with differing results each time. So just know this, Clementine. Even if they may sound rude in the moment, just know that they are this protective of you because you were the last ember of a world that has once been lost. You are the last hope of this world, a little girl forced to grow up in a tumultuous time where any choice could be your last. Izuku said, as he rubbed her head. That sounded very philosophical. Clementine said, sounding out the word in order to say it right. That's because my personal viewpoint on you is that you should be allowed to make your own choices. So what if you contacted someone who could be a potential threat? All you did was reach out to someone who told you certain information about their end of things. Yeah, it was a stupid decision, but you're a kid, you're not meant to be as smart as an adult should be. Izuku said, as Clementine hugged him even more. Gee, thank you, she said, as Izuku gave her a smile. Now then, do you want to hitch a ride on my back as we fly through the house? Izuku asked, a mischievous smirk on his face. Do I? Clem called out happily. Off to the side, the two adults who had been consulting with one another about Clementine's decisions had listened in on Izuku's viewpoint. And they were beginning to see it from his point of view. They were just kids, and Clementine was literally only an 8-year-old. There was no way she could tell how bad a stranger could be. She hadn't lived as long as they had to know the true horrors of the world as of yet, but time would indeed tell. They watched as Clementine crawled onto Izuku's back as he took to the air inside the house as he flew around the air. The little girl experiencing some fun whilst they rested around the place as a smile grew onto their expressions. That was until they found Lee exiting the attic with the body of a boy who appeared to look so similar to Duck that Izuku immediately froze in the air, his wings flapping to keep him hovering. His expression gave off that he wanted to ask Lee who it was, before Kenny came down with a very sad expression on his face. Tears were falling off of it in treasure troves as Lee shook his head stating that now would be a bad time. Shaking off his shock, Izuku continued to fly Clementine around the house as the two shared their fun with one another. Outside, Lee walked with the body in his arms as he felt sad about having to bury them. The simple fact that a child had died of starvation haunted him. If he hadn't shown up near Clementine's home, would Izuku and the girl have starved to death? So many ways the two could have died ran through his head, the two being eaten on the street due to gathering supplies to survive, searching for allies only to be gunned down. Or God forbid becoming slaves to another group of survivors and being turned into nothing more than mute individuals who just wish death upon themselves. He continued thinking these thoughts as he buried the boy next to his dog. In a show of compassion as he'd seen in a picture around the place in the attic that the dog belonged to the boy. The fact he'd survived long enough on dog food until he starved to death was extremely disheartening to Lee. He would never wish that on anyone else in his lifetime. As a teacher in his past life, he was raised to protect others and help them become the best people they could be. And to see a child as a walker in an attic without his parents' knowledge or know-how of him being alive for that long really showed the dark side of all this. Children were not immune to the whole becoming walkers, in fact they could become even harder to kill because of their size as well as adorable factor. As he continued to bury the boy and his dog, out of the corner of his eye he saw someone heavily shadowed by the sun as he smiled at them for a moment. Finally, another survivor. Before he really thought about what was happening, this wasn't a survivor, it was a threat. Immediately rushing to the fence, he banged on it loudly as he growled at the fleeing individual. "If you come back here, I'll kill you. Do you understand? I will kill you," Lee yelled, as Kenny and the others aside from Izuku and Clementine exited the house. "Lee, what's wrong? Who are you yelling at?" Omid asked, confused. "I just saw someone outside the fence," Lee said, as Kenny growled to himself. "All right, that's it, we've been here too long. We need to leave now," Kenny said, as Lee looked at his friend. "You were looking for a boat, right?" Lee asked, as Kenny nodded. "Well, Izuku found one earlier in the shed. But there is a seating issue, there's only 5 seats. Lee informed as everyone held grim expressions. 5 seats, huh? Let me see if there is anything else we need to look for," Kenny said, entering the shed itself. The man searched inside, throwing things around before coming out with a smile on his face. Finally something good was happening. And as soon as he closed the doors whilst looking around the yard and outside of the fence, he let out a breath of air. "Okay, do you all want to know the good news, or the bad news?" he asked, looking at Lee. "Lay both on us," Lee said, as everyone nodded. "Well, the only problems we are facing is that the boat has no battery and needs fuel," Kenny said, as Lee looked at him weirdly. "Okay, and the bad news?" Lee asked, as Kenny shook his head. "That's literally all we need in order to be out of the land. Although we'd need to make a decision about who is coming on this boat. Clementine and Izuku are clear to be on the boat since they will need to learn how to live on one. Me and you are another obvious choice since we need to be there to teach them," Kenny said, as Krista interjected. Wait. What are you talking about? Why do you two get to go on the boat? That only leaves one spot on it," Krista said, as Kenny spoke to her in a neutral tone. "Lady, we only met you like 5 hours ago. And on the way to the city, by the way. Why would we consider having you two come along with us?" Kenny growled. "I'm just feeling left out since we've been in the group for nearly a whole day," Krista said, as Ben looked between everyone and back at the house. "I mean, why not stay here? We can wait for the walkers to leave the city and then we'd have the whole place to ourselves," Ben asked, as Kenny looked at him. "So you'd rather stay on a place where we could be followed? Out there on the water, unless whoever was watching us has a boat, we can't be followed," Kenny argued. The group continued to argue with one another, and Izuku came outside with Clementine as they looked at the adults arguing with the exception of Lee, who was just sighing in exasperation. Izuku looked over at Lee with a questioning glance as the man just shook his head. Izuku would just fry his brain trying to rein these guys in. "Okay, so where's a place where we can gather the stuff needed to get the boat up and running?" Izuku asked, gaining everyone's attention. "The docks would be the perfect place. There's boats everywhere there back before this whole thing started," Kenny said, as Izuku nodded. "Then Lee and Kenny should go there, whilst everyone else stays here to guard the boat itself," Izuku said, as everyone nodded with his logic. "Shouldn't someone go with them in case something goes wrong?" Clementine asked. "Lee and Kenny make a great team, Clem, they should be perfectly fine. Izuku said, rubbing the girl's head. Just be safe, Clem said, before moving inside the house with Izuku following after her. Once everyone gathered their belongings, they moved to their specific tasks. Omid and Krista moved about the house, keeping an eye on their surroundings to prevent walkers from getting inside. Ben was sitting on the second floor with a hatchet in his hands as he kept lookout for anyone coming up on the house itself. Izuku kept Clementine busy inside the house as he made sure to keep her distracted from everything that was happening. With Lee and Kenny, they'd made it to River Street, and they turned the corner and walked a good few meters away from the main road when they heard bells ringing in the distance. Recognizing that the person who rang the bells earlier was sending them away, they rushed to their task on the docks. Although when they arrived, they saw that the place was ransacked, it was as though someone came through here or a hurricane came by and destroyed the place. I think we should start thinking about a plan B, Lee said, ominously as Kenny glared at him. For all we know, Lee, there could be useful crap around here. Get to searching, I'll see if I can salvage one of the boats to use for the one at the house, Kenny said, as he went right to work. Sorry, Lee muttered, as Kenny just gave a nod. Looking around the area, Lee managed to find a large mound of walkers on pikes. He looked at the scene with horror and awe as they were hanging in the air as though they were trophies. He felt sick to his stomach as he stared at them longer, which seemingly riled them up when he was near. So as he left, he went over to one of the nearby newspaper machines and smacked it with his wrench. And a coin popped out of it, and as he used it on the telescope machines nearby, he looked through it across the river. Nothing really seemed to poke out at him when he took notice of some movement near a building they were under. He heard Kenny walking by when he saw the person climbing down the building, and pulled the man down over the docks as they saw the person walk over to the cash register they were looking at earlier. Who's that? Kenny whispered. Don't know, but they could be dangerous, Lee muttered softly. They're all alone, we could take 'em, Kenny said, as Lee looked at his friend. Kenny, we're not going to kill them, Lee said, as Kenny looked at Lee with a mock glare before nodding. As they prepared for the person to lower their guard, Lee moved in on the person as they ducked underneath the shelf. As he rose above the shelf, he took note that the person who was in there was now gone as he looked at it in bewilderment. That was when he felt that the person who he was going to attack was behind him as he felt something smack the back of his head. As he dropped his weapon, the person grabbed it and prepared to smack his head with it repeatedly. But that was when he heard a voice nearby. No, Clementine's voice rang out. Don't hurt him, Izuku's own voice rang out. 1 hour earlier, Izuku and Clementine were moving through the house as they searched for supplies that the group could use. They had been somewhat bummed out with how the bad news of the boat were. Izuku was actually hoping that Kenny would allow Krista and Omid at least on the boat. Izuku had seen how Ben had tried his best to be a good member of the group, but from what Lee informed him about when they arrived, Ben would be more of a detriment to the group should they allow him to follow them on the boat. Looking at Clementine, she was now sitting on the couch having exhausted herself for the moment. She had been growing worried over Lee for the last 18 minutes since the man had left, and before you ask if he kept time. He really did. He counted the seconds until Clementine had asked him the first time, and she'd barely waited for around 10 minutes before asking about him. He was proud of how she was able to last for almost a quarter of an hour without Lee, but this would probably become a liability in the future. So as Izuku tried his best to keep the girl's thoughts away from Lee and Kenny, he made sure that the girl interacted with Krista as much as possible. And as the little girl interacted with Krista, he interacted with Omid to find that the man was a hopeless comic. He'd been a very enthusiastic comedian before meeting Krista about a few months ago during this mess. Apparently the two were traveling together ever since he'd found the woman stuck in a car surrounded by walkers. How he'd managed to distract them and escape back to her in time for them to escape the area and start a relationship he would never know. But Clementine came back to him about half an hour later with a very worried expression on her face. Are you all right, Clementine? Izuku asked, kneeling to her height. When is Lee and Kenny coming back? Clementine asked. They should be on their way back right now if they found the items. But I take it that you want to head out and make sure that they both are all right? Izuku asked, as the little girl looked at him with hopeful eyes. I can't allow you to head out there on your own. Izuku started as Clem slumped in sadness. But it would probably be better if we searched the area from the sky. Izuku said, as Clem looked at him again. Why you're going to come with? She asked, concerned. Of course, Lee made sure that I was in charge of your safety whilst he's gone. And if you want to check up on him so long as we don't get shot at, or seen, I can make sure that you can see Lee whilst from above. Izuku said, as he walked her outside. Climb aboard, Izuku said, as Clementine jumped onto his back. He might as well get the hang of flying in an open airspace, whilst he's got the limbs right. The two flew around Savannah as they took in the multiple hordes coming into the city from the train tracks. Izuku and Clementine winced when they saw the sheer number of walkers coming into the city, causing Izuku to immediately increase his speed slightly. They were getting close to River Street when they noticed movement on the ground where Lee and Kenny were at. Touching down on a rooftop nearby, the two watched an altercation that surprised the two of them. A person wearing a red hoodie over themselves as well as a face mask had immediately rushed around the cash register faster than Lee could register in his eyes. Almost immediately Izuku grabbed Clementine and got to the ground as they rushed to the scene. When they rushed around the corner, they found the person raising Lee's own weapon against him. And it was at this moment that the two let out yells of fear. No, don't hurt him, the two called out, making the person freeze in place. Clementine, Izuku, what are you two doing here? Lee asked. We had a bad feeling about you and Kenny and came to investigate. Izuku said, as Lee gave him an expression stating that they'd talk later. Who are you? The person asked, their voice feminine. I'm Lee, and as you can see, these kids are with me. Lee said, as the woman looked at Lee before taking off her mask. Hello, Clem said, immediately losing all the fear as she met someone new. Hi, Izuku muttered as he looked away from her with a blush. Nice to meet you too. Now then, can you tell me as to who you are? The woman asked. I've just been passing through searching for a boat, Lee said, as Kenny came up from behind the woman with his gun pointed at her. Kenny stops. She's friendly, Lee called out, as Kenny continued to move on the woman before she kicked his legs out from under him. Bang. Bah dump. Did my heart just skip a beat? Izuku thought to himself. Nice try, Grandpa, but you'll have to try harder to get the jump on me. The woman said, as she looked back at Lee. Can you tell us about who made those? Lee asked, pointing at the wall behind her. Izuku took in the wall made of walker flesh as well as pikes holding the dead as they growled angrily at them. The woman looked at them all before shrugging her shoulders as she began to inform them about the place beyond the barrier. Apparently, it was a place called Crawford, a place that survived as long as it did because they had lived according to Darwin's theory of survival of the fittest. The simple fact that they didn't allow children as well as elderly or sick enter their home was very concerning. And the only reason the woman in front of them didn't really think they were with the place was because of Izuku and Clementine. Since the place doesn't even have sick children or those who are young adults, since they could become liabilities. The name's Molly, by the way, and I certainly hope that you can just fuck off now. The woman, Molly, introduced herself before they all heard groaning behind them. Shit, the gunshot must have brought them back, Lee called out, as they turned to leave with Molly, only to find that the woman was nowhere near them as they rushed around the corner. And they found her climbing up with a climbing pick on a nearby fire escape. As they rushed over to it, they prepared to call out to her when Izuku picked up Clementine and brought her up to the stairs portion of it. He was already ahead of Lee's thoughts as he managed to get Kenny on the top layer as Izuku grabbed Lee's hand before pulling him up it. They all looked down at the walkers that had swarmed the alley, groaning in hunger and apparent anger at their food getting away. Each walker moved about the place, providing a horrifying image for the group as they saw how each and every one of them pushed against the other. Shaking his head, Izuku followed the others to the rooftops before they used them to get back to the house. It would take the four of them about half an hour to get back to the house, and once they entered the place they found Ben as the only person inside. The young man looked fearful as he looked at them whilst holding a small hatchet in his hand whilst looking at them. Taking in the room, they found multiple walkers laying on the ground with various injuries on themselves. They heard movement upstairs as they moved up there to see what was wrong before finding Krista holding back a few walkers. She and Omid had been holding back a few walkers up there as they tried to kill them quickly. Lee and Kenny got into action and attacked the walkers and assisted in the killing of them. Once the walkers were dead, they looked at one another. "Thanks for the help. We would have called for Ben to come up here for help, but we couldn't understand what happened down there," Omid said, as Ben walked up. "I heard movement downstairs and checked to see if more walkers were coming," Ben said, his uniform completely covered in walker guts and blood. "Wow kid, you look like you went through the ringer," Omid quipped as Ben gave a small smile. "So did you find anything at River Street?" Krista asked. "Not anything that could help us. But we know of a place that could give us the items we need," Kenny said, as everyone looked at him. "Where is this place that could give us what we need?" Ben asked, curiously. "Crawford, it's a place where we could get the battery and fuel for the boat. And we can hit the place later tonight," Kenny said, as everyone nodded. Creak. Almost everyone rushed down the stairs and entered the kitchen. Izuku had his wings flared out to protect Clementine as soon as they entered the room, only to find Molly searching through some of the cabinets in the kitchen. Looking at the downright fearful people, she cracked a joke towards them in a way to calm them down. "Sorry, but you'd never know what people leave behind," Molly said, smirking at them. "We already checked the place, there's nothing but dog food." Lee deadpanned at her. "What are you doing here anyway?" Kenny asked. "Well, if you are going to get into Crawford, you are definitely going to need someone who can tell you where the items you're searching for are located," Molly said, as she placed a hand over her chest. Did you used to live there?" Izuku asked, kind of sweat dropping at her cocky behavior. "As a matter of fact I did, until they killed my sister for being sick. They left her to die to the walkers because she had a simple cold," Molly growled as Izuku looked at Lee. "Well, so long as you don't betray us whilst we're there I don't mind," Lee said, as everyone nodded at his assessment. They all left the building in the dead of night and made their way over to a nearby sewer system. Molly informed them that it'd be the best way to enter into Crawford without being seen. Traversing through the sewers for a few hours into the night, they eventually found their way into the miniature town. Poking his head out of a sewer grate, Lee took in his surroundings and noticed something very alarming. There wasn't any guards moving about the place in a way that would be recognizable, and as they got out and moved closer to the school, they found one walking nearby. Lee moved forward with Kenny as they went to try and kill them silently, only for the person to turn around and reveal themselves as a walker. "Shit," Lee called out, killing the walker immediately. Because of Lee practically screaming that out in surprise, nearby walkers immediately moved in on their location, forcing everyone inside the building to hold them off from getting inside and tearing them all limb from limb. They managed to keep a doorway closed since there weren't too many walkers banging on the doors. They left them be. Walking around the place, they moved about the area to search for a map of the place. Entering a small classroom, Izuku took in the place and found that it had been turned into a headquarters of sorts. Something in his heart broke at the sight of a children's classroom being turned into something for militaristic things. Shaking his head at that kind of thought, he looked at the whiteboard that had each and every location for specific items they'd need already marked. "Okay, so we can see where we can get the supplies. We need to get the boat up and running. The problem is getting there to make sure we have everything," Lee said. "The battery will most definitely be in the car garage. That was where they did all the mechanical things for the stupid place," Molly said, as Izuku pointed at a nearby gas station. "Is that a place to get some gasoline for the boat?" Izuku asked, as Molly shook her head, pointing at a storage shack. "The gas station is completely tapped out. You will need to get to the storage shack in order to gather those supplies," Molly informed as Izuku nodded. "I will go with Kenny to get the fuel. Izuku, think you can go get the battery?" "You can fly, so it shouldn't be any issue," Lee asked, as Izuku gave a mock salute. "Sure thing. Just need to make sure that Clementine will be fine," Izuku said, as he walked over to the little girl. "Are you going anywhere, Izuku?" Clementine asked, curious. "I'm going to get the battery for the boat," Izuku said, as Clementine nodded. "Be safe out there," she said, as Izuku nodded before giving her a head pat. "Keep Ben safe, got it?" Izuku asked, receiving a nod in return. Izuku moved through the halls of the building as he made his way to the back area. He found the alley leading to the mechanic shop and rushed over there. As he used his wings to get him over the fence, he found that the shutter was completely stuck. Using his newly enhanced strength, Izuku tried to lift the door only to hurt his hands from the sharp edge. Ouch! Izuku whispered quietly, I thought that my strength could have helped me here, but it appears that I'm wrong. Izuku muttered. He went to see if he could try and get in another way but was interrupted by a body falling to the ground. Looking up, he found Molly looking like an angel of death, albeit with a red hoodie instead of wings. He watched as the young woman touched down on the ground and began to beat the dead corpse. Bah dump. Why am I getting these kinds of problems now? Izuku mentally screamed as he pulled the young woman away from the body. Hey, be careful. We can't make too much noise. Izuku yelled. I don't care. He deserves what he got. Molly growled as she kicked the corpse in the back again before stabbing it with her pick. Not that I want to stop you from getting your revenge, but can I use something to open the door? Izuku asked, as the woman pulled out a crank. Just as she was passing it over to Izuku, they heard the sounds of walkers coming in on their location as Izuku grabbed the device and placed it under the open space. Cranking the device as much as possible, he and Molly were able to get inside the auto shop without much fanfare. They now stood inside with no way out other than meeting the walkers face to face as they moved about the outer area of the shop. In one of those vehicles should be a battery. I will try and make sure that none of them get inside. Molly called out, as Izuku used his wings to get him to a nearby vehicle. He found the hood of the vehicle was already raised as he began to undo the locks on the battery and take the positive and negative charge cables off. As he was doing this, he'd managed to get the battery out of the vehicle before a bony protrusion had hit the hydraulic pumping tube, causing the vehicle to slam into the ground. You got the battery? Molly asked, as Izuku put it in her backpack. You have it now, Izuku said, as the two climbed on top of the truck. Where do we go now? Molly called out, as Izuku pointed up. Do you have something that can break that? Izuku asked, pointing at the skylight. No, I don't carry loaded weapons. She called out to him. Oh okay, let's see, okay this is going to hurt a lot. Izuku mumbled as Molly looked at him. What are you talking about, dude? She yelled as the walkers continued to shake the truck. Without answering her question, Izuku took to the sky as he punched the glass, breaking through it. As the glass immediately fell on top of Molly, he flew out of the skylight before dive-bombing the other skylight, grabbing the woman as he flew out of it. Landing on the rooftop, Molly had her hair all frazzled as she stared at the young man in front of her. Since when could you fly? What are you, a mutant or something? Molly called out at him, slightly fearful. Molly-san, I just got this power literally about 8 hours ago. I'm just learning what to do with these appendages, Izuku said, as the woman just took in a deep breath and sighed. Okay, let's head back to the school, she said, as the two moved back towards the school. Entering the building from an opening in the roof, they walked through the halls as they finally reached the classroom. Clementine took note of their presence and smiled at them. Ben was trying his hardest to get into the clock tower storage area. Once Izuku moved back into the hallway to see if there was anything else they could get, he heard movement near the door to the hall. Rushing over to it, he found Lee and Kenny pushed through the doors with the fuel in hand. He immediately rushed over to them and pushed the doors closed behind them as they rushed into the room to place the gas there. As Izuku struggled to hold the walkers there, he thought about what he could use to keep the walkers from getting in. And as he searched his pockets, he found something that was there for a long while. It was a comically large knife that he'd taken from the house. Placing it into the space between the knobs, he watched as the doors pushed as the walkers attempted to get in. It held for a moment as Lee and Kenny arrived, placing a small hatchet in the area blocking the walkers from being able to get through. Lee gave him back his knife though, so that was a plus. As they moved back through the hall towards the classroom, Izuku noticed a glaring lack of Krista and Omid and went to check on them. He searched the nearby areas and even checked the body of the walker who Molly had completely rendered a crawler. He found a small tape on it meant for a camera and held onto it. It might be helpful. Entering the hallway, he found a bunch of walkers nearby banging on the door. He heard Krista and Omid screaming for help in there as he immediately pulled out his knife and rushed the walkers. Izuku rushed the walkers, he threw his knife into the head of one walker, pulling that out and slicing through another walker head. By the time he'd killed the third walker, the rest of them turned around and made their way over to him. He kicked one of the walkers back into the others before he killed the closest one and carried on to the rest of them. Within minutes the walkers had been completely killed off. Entering through the door he found Krista and Omid hiding behind some of the cots and countertop. Standing upright fully, they walked over to the young man and thanked him for his assistance before getting back to trying to get into the medical cabinet. "What are you doing?" Izuku asked. "I was trying to see if we can get this medicine cabinet, but we couldn't get into it," Krista said, as Izuku looked at it. "You are aware that there is a 4-digit code on that, right?" Izuku asked, as Omid nodded. "We saw some footage for the camera, but we got close to finding out the code. But each time it was blocked off," Omid stated. "Well, I got this videotape from a walker outside near the mechanic shop," Izuku said, pulling out a tape. "With this we can see what the code really is." "Thank you, Izuku, we can probably have some medicine on our journey," Krista called out, before watching the tape. Leaving the room, Izuku walked all the way back to where the others were located. But as he walked by the doors where the walkers once were, he took note that the hatchet that was holding the door was now gone. Feeling something bad was about to happen, he placed his palms on the handles and kept the door closed. And literally moments after he had pushed the doors closed, they were pushed hard. Izuku struggled against the whole horde of walkers outside in the staircase, and they were pushing against the door hard. As the boy struggled to hold the door closed, Krista and Omid ran by with confusion writ on their features before noticing the groaning on the other side of the door. Entering the classroom where everyone else was located, they called for Lee to assist Izuku in holding the doors closed out there. And as Lee entered the room, he found the young dragon fighting off some of the dead as he sent knife strikes into their heads. He kicked a couple away before Lee grabbed his shoulder and pulled him towards the classroom. Slamming the door open, he called out to everyone. "We need to get out of here, now," he yelled. Moving about the room with purpose, they all were preparing for a fight just as Kenny had kicked the door down. But that was also when Ben decided to state something that could have probably been stated after the whole event even began. "This is my fault, all my fault," he said, as Kenny stopped moving. "The hell's he talking about?" Krista asked, confused. "Ben, we talked about this," Lee said, as Izuku and Krista looked at the man with confusion. "No, wait, I wanna know what he meant," Krista said, as she looked at Ben who was looking downright fearful. "What do you mean this is all your fault?" Krista asked. "Kenny, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry, man," Ben said, as Kenny retorted. "Kid, this ain't the best time. Whatever you did, save it for later," Kenny said, slamming his shoulder into the door. "Fine, go ahead, tell him," Lee said, as he stared at Ben with a disappointed expression. "It's been me all along, putting all of us in danger. Katya and Duck, it was me. It was all me," Ben said, as he held a very guilty expression on his face. Just as he finished saying that, Kenny had managed to kick the door down. And he held an expression of shock but still trying to connect the dots. He heard the boy state that he was the reason for his wife and child's death. But he just couldn't understand what he meant by that. "Wait a minute, what are you saying?" Kenny asked, uncharacteristically calm. "Is this really the best time?" Izuku called out as he held the door to the classroom shut. "It was me who made a deal with the bandits at the motor inn, slipping them supplies. I thought that maybe I could keep them off our backs. When it got discovered, that's when they attacked. That's when Duck," Ben said, as all the dots aligned for Kenny. The man just sat there letting all this information sink in. And all that led to his fury as a father and husband coming out as he tried to rush the young man. As Lee and Omid held the clearly raging former father and former husband of Katya and Duck back. They were clearly struggling with this as the man struggled to break free to kick Ben's ass for his treachery in his eyes. "Kenny, lay off, man. Ben didn't mean for any of this to happen, it was just a mistake," Lee said, as he held the man back. "I don't give a fuck. You little pissant. You are fucking dead. You hear me? Dead. My wife and child, you got them both fucking killed," Kenny screamed in fury. As Kenny slumped in Lee and Omid's arms, He clearly wasn't going to let this go as he just went back to the door. It was here that Molly decided to enter the conversation with a small sort of quip towards Lee and Izuku. "Nice group you got here," she said, with a smile. "Is now really the time?" Izuku called out, holding the door shut. "Not now, Molly," Lee said, as they moved towards the door. "If this asshole thinks he's getting on my boat, he's out of his motherfucking mind," Kenny yelled, pushing Ben back slightly. "Do you hear my shit, bird? You can fucking stay behind and rot," Kenny growled. "Look, Kenny, I know you're upset. But you don't get to make a decision like that on your own. We're all in this together. We're a group," Lee said, as Kenny glared at him. "Sure, this is America, fuck it. But before you all decide, there's something you oughta know. The boat's not big enough for all of us, one of us is going to have to be left behind. Might as well be this piece of shit, right here," Kenny yelled. "Well, I vote we leave him. Look, Ben, I know you mean well, but all I want to do is make sure that we get away from here safely. And you might become a detriment to that ideal," Krista said, in a neutral tone. "Wait, don't I get a vote?" Clementine asked. "Guys, this really isn't the time for this," Izuku called out, as Molly rushed over to help him keep the door closed. "Of course you do," Lee said, as Clementine gave her point of view. "Ben's nice. He's my friend. We don't leave friends behind." "That's my vote," Clementine said, as Krista looked at her. "On second thought, I abstain, Lee," Krista said, as Omid spoke up. "I'm with Krista. I don't want to be the cause of someone having to die out there on their own," Omid said, as he looked at Izuku and Molly holding the door shut. "I've seen enough of Crawford to know that becoming like them is the beginning of the end. I vote Ben stays with us," Lee said, as Kenny just looked downright furious. "What about the rest of us?" Molly asked, as both she and Izuku grunted against the door that was pushing against them. "Tell us your vote then," Kenny growled. "Well, for one, I would say that the person who is a detriment to the group would need to be kicked out. There is no way that I am letting someone like Ben, who I know means well, stay if he's going to cause us a lot of trouble," Molly said, as Izuku just glared at her with a side eye. "I abstain from this conversation. Now can we just please get out of here?" Izuku called out as the door finally gave way for the walkers. As Izuku and Molly were tossed back from the walkers, they began to make their way to the two. Izuku got up and threw a knife at one of them, piercing one through the eye, killing it. Izuku used the bony protrusions on his wings to kill the two coming towards him. As they all left the classroom, Izuku and the others entered the armory, and he pushed on the door to keep it shut. Everyone moved down the stairs to see if they could leave from the second floor down to the first and use the sewers. But as they opened the door down there, they found a lot more walkers present and slammed the door shut as well. Rushing back up the stairs, they found Izuku killing walkers at his door with a screwdriver as he kicked their legs out and stabbed them in the head each time. When they rushed past him, Izuku ran up the stairs as well, allowing the bodies he'd placed by the door to hold it shut. Once everyone climbed to the top of the tower, Izuku and the others began to leave the tower through the open window. At this point in time, Ben and Lee were all that was left to escape the building, and Izuku waited on the lower part of the roof as he watched Kenny look back inside. He gave whoever was left in there a once-over before climbing down and moving with the rest of the others. Climbing back up to see what was happening, Izuku overheard something that he probably shouldn't have. "Lee, just let me go," Ben's voice rang out. "Come on, Ben, just climb up," Lee called out back at him. "Lee, you need to go. All I'm ever gonna do is get everyone, including Clementine, killed. Just let me die," Ben called out, as Izuku saw Lee. The man sat there considering his options as Izuku saw walkers coming up behind them. But Lee helped Ben up instead of letting him fall as they both got out of the watchtower and followed the group. A few hours later, everyone was back at the boat. They were thinking about what they should do with it, considering the fact that they couldn't really fit everyone on it. They had to make a decision now about what to do with the whole situation with how many people would be on the boat. But everyone just wanted to get some rest before the next day. Izuku sat on the couch in the living room as he let himself calm down. Molly sat next to him as she thanked him for saving her life. Izuku blushed slightly as the woman just gave him the eyelash battering move as he looked away in embarrassment. With Lee and Clementine, they were both in a room with a massive window and the two were talking to one another in peace and quiet. "Lee, do you think we can go back to Crawford to find my parents?" Clementine asked, concerned. "I don't know, Clem, there's walkers everywhere. We have the boat, but with how many walkers are roaming the streets, I don't think we'll have enough time to search for them," Lee said, sadly. Clementine said nothing but began to cry. Curling up into a little ball, she cried herself to sleep as Lee apologized to her. He pulled the girl into a hug as he apologized over and over again into her ear, hoping and praying to anyone or any living deity above to make sure that her parents were all right. And as Lee laid himself on the couch in front of Clementine, he soon found himself falling asleep for the night. Only to wake up the next morning to find Clementine gone. Rushing around the house, he found Izuku still asleep on the couch with Molly laying on top of him. Something that he smiled at softly before heading outside the house in search of Clementine. But that was when he found her hat sitting on the ground nearby as he walked over to it. Looking at the hat, he climbed over the fence as he searched for the young girl, calling out to her everywhere he could. "Clementine, Clementine," Lee called out, worriedly. He continued around the outer layer of the fence calling out to Clementine in a very worried way before he heard the static of a radio nearby. Walking around the area, he found a radio near a trash pile as he noticed that the radio looked definitely like someone's own walkie-talkie. Moving over to it, he kneeled over to the trash pile and reached a hand out to grab the device. All sounds were quiet in the moment as he grabbed the device and turned it around, turning it off. And before he could even react, a walker came out of the trash pile and bit his wrist as he immediately pulled it off on reaction alone. As he fought the walker, he pushed it to the ground, overpowering it and stomped on its head before he picked up the radio with his left hand. But he noticed Clementine's hat on the ground with a bit of blood sprayed on it as he picked it up before noticing the blood on his wrist. The look on his face slowly devolved into hope and fear, to complete and utter fear and resolution. That was when he began to realize what the issue was with him being bit. He probably wouldn't be alive long enough to save Clementine from whoever took her. No. Fuck, Lee muttered to himself, as the door to the back door of the building opened up. Lee, where are you? Lee, Krista's voice rang out. Lee stood on his own at the end of the road near the trash pile and dead walker as he thought about his options. But he decided to ultimately show everyone the bite he'd been given from the walker on the ground with a sigh. Izuku was with them as well as the boy looked at Lee with confusion before noticing some blood dripping from the man's left wrist. Izuku looked at Lee's eyes with burning confusion before worry set in as Lee spoke up to everyone. "Lee, what's wrong?" Kenny asked, as he walked up. "Clementine was taken, and in my search for her, I got bit," Lee said, revealing his bite mark. No way, no fucking way," Kenny said, looking at Lee in disbelief. "Shit, with you bitten, who will be the one to take care of Clementine in your stead?" Krista questioned. "This is not a good look, Lee," Omid said, as Ben walked up last. "Nobody knows about the boat, I am sure of it. We can go get Clementine right now and get her back with us," Molly said, as she fixed her hoodie. "I don't know how long I have before I turn. But if the time comes for me to die, make sure to kill me before I turn. I'd rather not turn into one of those things if I can help it," Lee said, as everyone nodded. And with that, the entire group, minus Ben, who had been informed to keep the boat as safe as possible, left the house in search of Clementine. They were traveling through the streets, before they were pushed into the sewers near Crawford where they first met Molly. Entering the sewers, they walked through the underground tunnels before they found the body of Chuck as he laid against the wall. A singular revolver gun sitting in his left hand as his expression showed that he'd killed himself before the walkers got to him. "What a way to go for an old man," Lee said, as he closed Chuck's eyes. "Come on, we don't have all day," Kenny said, as they all rushed towards the manhole at the end of the place. Molly went to jump up onto the ladder above them all when the covering blocking their way had fallen down, revealing a room filled with supplies. Entering in the place, they walked through the door at the end of the area and pushed it open, finding the place abandoned. Looking around the area, they went to find if there was a way to stop Lee's infection and only found a handsaw for medical purposes. But as they entered the room, they heard walkers growling in the distance. And as Kenny, Krista and Omid moved to block the door, Izuku grabbed a separator tool and moved to the elevator shaft. As he worked on getting it opened up, Lee took a spill and passed out from either blood loss or the infection reaching the next stage. Because the next moment he woke up, he was against the countertop with Krista holding the hand saw on her hand. But before they could all do what needed to be done in the moment, the radio turned on and Lee picked it up. "Who are you? Did you kidnap Clementine?" Lee growled as the voice rang back. "Hello, Lee," the voice ominously said. "You may not know me, but I know a lot about you. Now if you want to meet up for one last ride, meet me at the Marsh house. That is where you will find me," the voice said before ending the radio call. "You damn son of a bitch," Lee growled. As Lee growled at the radio, Izuku came walking back before taking note of how pale Lee was looking. He was prepared to ask Lee if he was feeling alright, when the man began to stumble around before passing out. A few minutes passed by as the growling of the undead could be heard from one of the openings of the morgue as thousands of walkers moved about the roads. From the train tracks, thousands of walkers continued to enter the city as they infested the place with their sheer numbers. We moved back over to the basement of the building they were located at and find Lee laying on one of the tables with Izuku keeping watch over the sewer doorway. Kenny, Omid and Krista were glancing at one another before Lee spoke up, getting their attention. Hey, I'm awake," Lee called out, as Kenny let out a sigh of relief. "I thought that you were a goner. We were going to cut that arm off, see if it could at least buy you some time," Kenny said, as Lee looked at Krista. "I was a nurse before all this happened, but I hadn't been the one to cut a limb off of someone," Krista countered. "Can we please stop this incessant arguing? Are we cutting Lee's arm off to buy him some time at the very least or not?" Izuku yelled, as everyone glanced over at the boy. "I'm getting sick and tired of every single adult around me arguing about some kind of problem over the other. Just make a damn decision and get it over with already," Izuku called out, before going back to watch. With those words said, everyone went back to their own tasks. Lee prepared to have his arm cut off in order to buy him enough time to make it to the Marsh house. As Krista was cutting the arm off, he was screaming in complete agony as Izuku flinched at the tone he screamed at. By the time that the arm was completely hacked off, they had started to cover the wound with some bandages. Now was the waiting game. Would Lee die of blood loss or would he survive? That was the question for this little mind game. But that was for later, as a few minutes later, Lee got back up from the ground as he looked at Kenny, who looked like he was the most happy man in the world. "Do you think it worked?" Kenny asked. "I don't know. I feel as though I got an arm chopped off. But we will find out later, now, won't we?" Lee quipped back. "Yeah, we will," Kenny said, as they all went to the elevator shaft. As everyone climbed up the elevator shaft, Lee was the last one to start climbing and Izuku was just above him. He didn't really need to use the ladder as his main priority was to make sure that Lee didn't fall down whilst only having one arm. A walker fell down the shaft as everyone including Izuku had dodged out of its way as it fell all the way to the bottom, not that they could see what happened to it. Once they reached the roof, they had found that there was a sign nearby telling them no survivors. Looking around the place, they found that the undead were covering the streets, and if they wanted to get back to the house and check on the boat they would need to get down to the road. It fell to Izuku to turn on the bell across from their building just to get the walkers all over there and led them away from where they could get down. Once the bell began to ring, the group immediately ran off to the house to see if they could get the boat on the water. As Izuku flew overhead, he noticed something odd about the house from afar. It looked as though a fight had broken out between a group of people and Ben. Lowering himself to where he could see what was happening at the house, he opened the door only to find a very sad sight. He found multiple things on the ground, and the same was for a couple of walker bodies nearby, and as Izuku got a closer look at them he couldn't help but retch at the smell. As he moved away and threw up on the ground nearby, that was when he found Ben laying on the ground heavily injured and trembling in fear. As Izuku stared at him in confusion, Ben just continued to lay there with the fear in his eyes becoming worse and worse. When Izuku reached out to Ben, he just shook his head and removed the walker body from the top of his own. Revealing what had happened to him, all that remained of his body was just his upper torso, as the lower abdomen and his legs all the way to his feet were just bone. As Izuku put his hands over his mouth, That was when Lee and the others showed up at the place as Kenny rushed in. They had noticed how the boat was now missing, and they had rushed to where they saw Izuku's wings sitting spread out behind him. As they all directed their eyes over to what Izuku stared at in shock, Kenny was the most vocal of them all as he looked at Ben with guilt but at the same time a hidden fury. "Izuku, who did this? You had to have seen it happen from the air," Kenny asked, as Izuku shook his head. "I couldn't find anyone in the area, whoever did this, and allowed Ben to become like this. They did this almost as soon as we had left," Izuku said, as Kenny stared at him in shock. "PP please. Don't let me become one of them." Ben gargled blood out of his mouth as his eyes were fluttering. "Jesus, Ben, what the hell happened?" Lee asked, kneeling next to Ben. A bunch of old people jumped me. I couldn't stop them," Ben said, as Kenny just stared at him. "You got beat by a bunch of invalids?" he asked, his anger shining true. Kenny, I'm so sorry. About Katya and Duck. I didn't want them to die," Ben stuttered out before taking his last breath. As everyone watched at the pathetic sight of Ben's death, they heard the incessant growling of walkers coming in as they all rushed to get inside. Izuku stood by the corpse of Ben as he pulled out his knife and stabbed it into the young man's head, preventing him from turning. As soon as that happened, he kicked some nearby walkers away before shutting the shed's doors to buy as much time as possible. Running inside the house, he started to barricade the doors and windows with Lee and the others. But by the time they had nearly completed their task, the walkers busted down the doors and barricaded windows. As their numbers began to overwhelm the group, they pushed up the stairs as Izuku had stayed back to give them as much time as possible to find a way out. When he had arrived at them, they were about to make a final stand when Izuku noticed the spot they were at. "Guys, we can head to the roof," Izuku called out, as he pointed at the hidden door. "All right, let's get up there then," Lee said, as those remaining had begun to shoot the walkers. Once they had been gathered up the stairs, Kenny closed the trap door and made sure the walkers wouldn't be able to accidentally open it. Looking around the attic, everyone decided to take a small break before they would search for more things to try and escape. That was when, however, Omid asked a certain question to Izuku and Molly, who had stuck with them. "Hey Izuku, do you think that you can carry each of us to a nearby rooftop so we can make our way to the Marsh house?" Omid asked. "I don't know how many times I can do that, but I can give it a try," Izuku said, as they moved towards the window. Setting up, they all began to get Izuku to carry each one of them out the window and onto the nearby rooftop. Once Izuku had managed to reach the men of the group, however, he had to take a small break between each one. He hadn't tested the longest amount of time he could use his enhanced strength, and now was the worst time to do it. At least the walkers didn't ever have the wherewithal to look up. By the time an hour had passed, everyone had been moved onto another rooftop as they made their way over to the Marsh house. Jumping from rooftop to rooftop was actually as cool as they'd made it look in the movies he'd seen as a kid. Although the only kind of trouble most would have now is the fact that one wrong move and you're either dead or you get grabbed as you fell and eaten alive. As they all jumped from building to building, eventually they arrived at a very large metallic sign hanging over a large herd of the dead. Izuku stared down at them with some slight fear hidden behind his gaze before glancing over at Lee, who seemed to be getting paler by the minute, and Izuku couldn't help but think that they failed in saving his life by taking his limb off. Before he could speak, however, Kenny spoke up as he walked up from behind Lee. "Come on, you bunch of lollygaggers, we need to go," Kenny said, slapping Lee's back, causing him to drop the radio. "Shit," Lee called out as they all watched the radio fall down into the herd of walkers. "Me and my fucking mouth," Kenny muttered, as Izuku looked in all directions where the radio was at. "Oh okay, I think that I can fly down there and grab it. When I get back up here you should kill any walkers that are trying to bite into me," Izuku said, as they nodded at him. Flying down to the spot where the radio was at, the walkers took note of his existence nearby as they all rushed towards him in their sluggish pace. As soon as he had grabbed onto the walkie-talkie that connected Lee to Clementine, he felt a few walkers grabbing onto him as he jumped into the air. Flying high into the sky, he felt them wrapping their palms around him before forcing him to land on the roof. Lee and the others managed to grab the walkers and pull them off and kill them as soon as Izuku felt slight relief at them being off him. Looking over the edge, they could now see the large number of walkers standing off to the side and milling about now. Slightly moving in all directions, but all surrounding the Marsh house as they stayed in the known area. Krista and Omid crossed over the large sign as they made it without any issue, although Kenny when he crossed it had caused it to slightly come ajar, he still made it. When Lee moved across it, he watched as Izuku flew overhead as the sign began to tilt and fall apart under him. Jumping to the other side, Izuku reached an arm out when Lee shook his head. Looking at the man with confusion, that was when Lee spoke up towards Izuku with a tone that told him not to help. "I'm going for it," Lee said, as Izuku looked at the other in confusion. "What are you talking about, Lee?" Izuku asked, concerned. "It means that I'm already bitten. So what happens if I'm bitten again? I don't care. So long as I am able to get to Clementine and get her away from that man, I will do anything. Even walk through this herd if I have to." Lee growled as he began to lower himself to the ground. "You are coming with me, kid?" Lee asked, looking to Izuku. "You need me to be the eyes in the sky?" Izuku asked, as Lee nodded. "All the help I need will be from you. You will be on standby outside the window up on the 3rd floor, just listen hard for my voice and wait outside of it should I get into any trouble. Your assistance with this guy will probably allow me to win if a fight gets out," Lee said, as Izuku nodded. "Let's do this," Izuku said, as he took to the skies once more, only this time as an Overwatch. I hope you guys enjoyed this video. Drop black hearts in the comments so I can know who watches the video till the end, and make sure to like and subscribe to the channel. Now we will see you in the next video.